If you're waiting online for us, we're just waiting for a few of the senators to get here on Monday, and they should be here any minute. Thank you. The Senate Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator King.
Here.
Senator Creighton.
Here.
Senator Alvarado. Senator Hinojosa.
Present.
Senator Hughes. Senator Miles. Senator Parker. Senator Paxson. Senator Sparks.
There being four. Would you show Senator Miles here, please? Yes, there being four present, a quorum will be established as the meeting progresses. No votes or actions will be taken in the absence of a quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to run through just some opening remarks that we need to cover on how today will work and everything. And during that time, I know we've got the other senators are just going to be here in just a few minutes. As posted, we will focus on the East Texas region today, including the Harris County area. If you are interested in another part of the state, you're welcome to participate today. This is the third of our 4 scheduled regional hearings. Please note that the registration for this hearing has closed, and the registration, this is registration to testify, will close 12 hours in advance of the upcoming hearing. The date and focus area are posted on the committee website. But will include, for Tuesday, West Texas, including the El Paso and Panhandle region. But again, everyone is welcome today and at any of our virtual hearings, regardless if your testimony focuses on East Texas region or another area of the state. Please bear with us throughout these regional hearings as we collect public testimony via this video conference. And I know that sometimes technical difficulties can come up. We will certainly help you work through those. I do also want to point out that there are other options for members of the public to provide input if they are unable to testify today or didn't make the registration cutoff for today. You're welcome to register for the next regional hearing and provide testimony at that time. The next hearing is still open for registration until 9 p.m. this evening. And if the clerk would show that Senator Hughes is present. The portal, you're also able to submit written comments at any time throughout the special session in the public input portal that can be found on the committee website. The portal will remain available 24/7 throughout the redistricting process. Submitted comments are shared with the senators and are posted on the committee's website for public viewing. And by the way, on the portal, you can attach any document that you might wish us to listen to, including if you wanted to provide your own proposed redistricting map. This hearing is also being live streamed and will be archived for public viewing on the Senate's website. So why are we here today? The governor has added the subject of congressional redistricting to the special session call. We are here today in response to that charge. I cannot speak to what the outcomes will be with redistricting, but I do know that hearing from Texans is a critical part of the process. I believe these regional hearings provide meaningful opportunities for input and discussion about communities of interest and other matters critical to the subject of redistricting. I want to thank everyone here today for your participation. Please note that since we are on a video conference, we are unable to hear in-person testimony today as stated in the posting for this hearing. There will be opportunity for in-person testimony in the future if and when a bill, a map in this case, is heard, and there are always the opportunity to submit written comments through the online portal. Now, as for logistics, I would like to give everyone a brief preview of the process for today's video conference testimony. Everyone that registered to testify and assigned onto the video conference link should be in the Zoom waiting room. We have, 110? Approximately 110 people registered to testify in today's hearing. You cannot view the hearing from the waiting room, so you should view the live stream available on the Senate website via the link that is visible in the waiting room, so you will know when you have been called to testify. For those in the waiting room, please make sure your screen name matches the name you used to register. If you need to step away from the hearing for any reason, you may leave the waiting room and rejoin when you are able, as long, of course, as the hearing is still ongoing. When your name is called and it is your turn to testify, turn on your video, but keep yourself muted until I recognize you to speak. So what will happen as you're in the Zoom waiting room, I'll call the next 4 or 5 people, a panel, to speak, and then we'll take you one at a time. And when you're called on the panel, you should go ahead and turn your video on, a little button on your screen. And then when I call your name, at that time, please turn off your mute so that we can hear you testify. It's important to remember that when you are called on to testify, you should mute or close your live stream player. If you leave the live stream going, there will be an echo heard, and you've probably heard this before on a radio talk show or something where someone's being interviewed and they've got the radio on in the background, and you hear the double echo, you hear the voice there. So when you're called to testify, make sure you turn off the live stream or mute it so that you're not hearing yourself in the background. Once recognized, you may unmute your microphone. Your audio and your video will be heard and seen by both the committee members and the public. Once I call your name, you will have an opportunity to provide your testimony to the committee. I will have you state your name and whether you are testifying on behalf of any organization. So everyone has an opportunity to participate. I ask that witnesses, and again, we have over 100 registered for today, that they limit their testimony to 2 minutes. And although I don't want to cut anyone off, we must be mindful of those witnesses that are still waiting. So please try to be concise so we can hear from everyone efficiently. Now, the senators will have opportunity to ask you questions, and any of their questions will certainly not count against your allotted time. When you're finished with your testimony, you will be released from the video conference and can watch the rest of the hearing on the live stream. Also note, it's very important, also note, if you're having technical difficulties with your video or audio, committee staff will move you back into the waiting room and give you an opportunity to troubleshoot the issue, and we can call you back in the room with the next round of witnesses. If you need technical assistance, you can contact Zoom customer support. Please visit zoom.us/join, Join. Say that again, zoom.us/join, or call Zoom customer service at 1-800-799-9666, 1-800-799-9666. You can also call our committee office at 512-463-0030, 512-463-0030 if you're having any issues, and we'll try to help you through those. Clerk would also please show that Senator Paxton is present. We have some housekeeping measures, but I'd like to, I know a couple are particularly important to Senator Alvarado, so I think we'll hold off on those until we get everyone here. And members, are there any comments or any? Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a comment in that as we move forward and continue having these hearings, at some point I would hope we would have a redistricting map so we can really zero in on the interest and the objections that our constituents out in the citizens of the state of Texas may have. Because sometimes there may be a sense, if we don't have a map before us, they were sort of groping in the dark and trying to swing in the dark, which is not, I know, the purpose of this committee. So I would appreciate that. As soon as we have a map available, to please make it available not only to us, but to the general public. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, your comments are very well taken. I have not seen any map myself. Traditionally, during congressional redistricting, the congressional delegations will submit their proposed maps, Republican and Democrat. I'm not in the process of drawing a map myself, at least not at this time, but as soon as anyone submits a map for consideration, it'll be made available to the entire committee. And I certainly do expect one will pop up before too long. So. Members, any other comments or questions? If not, the chair now opens for public testimony. As a reminder, public testimony will be... Senator Miles.
I thought your comments were about your rules. Are we not going to be able to make any remarks, any opening remarks?
On anything you would like, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make some opening remarks.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing is focused on East Texas, Harris County, and surrounding areas. Harris County and Fort Bend counties are where my Senate district is. Senate District 13 contains all of CD 18, a good part of CD 9, and a part of CD 29. That is 3 out of the 4 named districts in the DOJ hit list letter. These districts are also some of the largest majority-minority opportunity districts in the state, Mr. Chairman. According to the Texas Legislative Council, as of 2021, over 70% of voting age population is in CD 9 is black and brown residents. CD 18 is over 70%. CD 29 is over 80%, Mr. Chairman. This is not a coincidence, as I've said before. This redistricting is nothing but an attempt to dilute and suppress voting black power and brown power of people in this state. It has been instituted simply to satisfy a racist agenda of the current president, Mr. Chairman and members. Mr. Chairman, I would like to also comment on this video conference format that you spoke of. As far as I know, we have had about 80 people signed up to testify. Mr. Chairman, would you be surprised if I told you that during the in-person hearings in Houston, at the University of Houston, Saturday, they received around 1,000 witness registrations, Mr. Chairman? Over 1,000. Houstonians packed the University of Houston auditorium and Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church, where I go to church, after that, because the House Committee Republicans would not hear all the witnesses registered to testify. Many people showed up and showed out to tell the legislature that they neither want nor this redistricting or ask for it. They did so defining their communities and did so basically blind, because we haven't even seen proposed maps, as Senator Hinojosa has said. Assuming 1,000 people did indeed register to testify, that would be a little more than 12 times the registration that we have received for video conferences on our testimony. As I like to say in the chamber, if we can measure it, we can fix it, Mr. Chairman. Well, the numbers are clear. The digital divide is real, and you receive more engagement with in-person testimony, Mr. Chairman. I believe we're doing the constituents a disservice with our current testimony format. Finally, my motion for Ms. Dillon is still tabled. I understand that you wrote a letter asking for Ms. Dillon to appear. We have not heard a response from it. You know, if Ms. Dillon wrote the DOJ letter to kick off this redistricting issue, it was Ms. Dillon that gave us this August 7th deadline as well. If Ms. Dillon believes we should dilute the suppressed black and brown voices in CD 9, 18, and 29, and would like to threaten our legislative process, then she should come here and look us in the eye and answer any questions we may have, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, I said this the very first hearing, and I will say it again loud and clear. This is not redistricting. This is rigged districting. It is an absolute farce and disrespectful to every black and brown citizen in this state, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to move from that position.
Thank you, Senator. Would the clerk show that Senator Alvarado is present? May I respond? Not in contradiction. I just wanted to respond. It's a good time to do some of the housekeeping, and this follows up on what you've said a little bit. I did want to say that with regard to our attendance, on Friday, which was our first hearing, we had 778 people click in and watch online. Now, obviously, some of those could have double-clicked, have left, and come back in. We don't know those numbers, but we know that 778 watched the live stream online hearing Friday. That day, we had 112 registered to testify, and 48 testified on Friday. Typically, as you know, we have a lot of people when we have public hearings, they sign up on the kiosk, but not all stay to testify. A lot of them just register on the kiosk to show that they were here to testify. But that delta between the 48 that testified and the 112 that registered to testify on Friday, we sent each one of them an individual email at the end of the day, and we got back a lot of really nice responses. Thank you for following back up, and thank you for this service, things of that nature. On Saturday, we had 527 people click on to the online stream service. So we had 527 viewers. Now, again, there may have been some that signed on for a while, left, and came back, so they might be double counted. But we know it during the course of the hearing, 527 people clicked in, or there were 570 that clicked on to watch. 527, I'm sorry. On Saturday, we had 80 witnesses registered to testify. 34 stayed on to testify. We, again, followed up with personalized emails to those as well. I recognize that the video conferencing is a different approach than what the House is doing. They are going to Harris County and to DFW. And I understand that there's two ways to look at this, but I also think that not everybody lives in DFW, certainly not just in Arlington, where they're at today, and not everybody lives in Houston. And we're able to reach out all over the state and give people from Amarillo to Beaumont, El Paso to Lufkin the opportunity to participate that would not have driven to DFW or to Houston or to wherever we went to. And so I think we also had some people in their testimony thank us that they came to the House last week and were not able to testify. And so they were glad that they were able to testify with us. I remember someone else from South Texas said, thank you for letting me participate in this way. So I understand exactly the discussion between field hearings and regional hearings like we're having. And but I do think we're offering a service that a lot of Texans are taking advantage of. So I understand, but I promise you that as soon as we have a map to consider, there will be public hearings here in the Capitol, and we'll have as many of those as is necessary to do the committee's work. With regard to the subpoena, I did receive a letter from Senator Alvarado, I believe, specifically, formally requesting that we subpoena the author of the DOJ letter. I don't object to doing that. We just sent the invitation Friday. Today is just Monday. Our rules do specifically say that we cannot subpoena during the regional hearing process, but that will be over tomorrow. So what I would suggest is, if we and Senator Miles, I understand you signed that letter, and so did Senator Hinojosa as well. The letter requesting a subpoena. So what I would suggest is Wednesday, if we have not heard back from the DOJ, that at that time we can have a formal meeting on the floor upon adjournment, and those are public meetings. We don't have to come to a committee room, and we can, if someone wants to make a motion, it does take a 2/3 vote to issue a subpoena. In the meantime, and I'll take up that motion. In the meantime, I'm going to ask Ledge Counsel to do some research because I'm told, I haven't checked myself, but I'm told that there is some case law out there that says that a state legislative body cannot subpoena a federal officer because we only have the authority to subpoena those under our jurisdiction, and they are not under our jurisdiction. I haven't read that case myself. I also presume we don't have the authority to compel someone from out of the state to attend. So I'll have that researched, and we can take up that motion Wednesday. But I'm kind of fully expecting that we'll hear from the DOJ before then. I know that the email was received late Friday. You requested it, the invitation on Thursday. I sent it on Friday. And I know it was received because late Friday we got one of those little, I'm sorry, you requested it Friday. We sent it Friday. And I got one of those email auto responses saying it had been received. I'll also say, I guess it's public because it's on Twitter, that the author of that DOJ letter tweeted that she was spreading her husband's ashes over the weekend. So I think, we need to give her a little slack on responding. If we haven't by Wednesday, then we can certainly take up that motion. But I'm going to do the research before then.
Is that it, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry. I think I got everything I...
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that follow-up. But I have to say, watching and testifying are two different things. And I think the delta of 120 testifying compared to 1,000 testifying is a big, big delta, Mr. Chairman. Okay? Watching and testifying are two different things. And I also would like to ask, Mr. Chairman, when we have the maps, is it your intent to do regional public hearings or just here at the Capitol?
To my knowledge, the Senate has never done field hearings when considering when there's a map before the committee. I'm subject to being shown I'm wrong on that, but to my knowledge, we've never done that.
Okay. The Senate has never.
The Senate,
House has.
the House is the House either.
I think, but Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
and it may not have been during without a map, but we in the past have had regional hearings. I remember being part of a redistricting committee. We had hearings down in the Rio Grande Valley. And quite frankly, I can't quite remember the exact date, but I do remember having to travel to other regions of the state. And I cannot tell you whether we had a map before us or not, but I'm sure we. But I do remember the trips.
I know the Senate did field hearings in 2019 or 2020 in preparation for the 2021 session. And then, of course, that all kind of got shut down for 2021 because of COVID.
Good.
And I think that's when they first went to virtual, the House and the Senate. I know the House. But as far as I know, when we've actually had a map before us, we haven't done them. We haven't actually done.
Actually, Senator Duncan, I think, was chair at that time of the redistricting committee, if I recall. But
We've been the cycle before.
So, Mr. Chairman, would the hearings be just like we're doing the video conferences for regional, or we're just going to have one big hearing?
Well, they would be dealt with as any other bill is. They would be dealt with in the same manner that any bill before any committee is, in terms of posting, and then we would have a hearing in the committee room, which would be open to the public, and we would have witnesses and testimony in the normal course of business that we do for any bill. But they would be in the Capitol.
But that's going to be a lot of people, Mr. Chairman. A lot of people.
I would not be surprised.
And, yeah. Well,
We always
I
do
could
a lot
belabor
of
the issue, but I'm
work.
not, Mr. Chairman. We've never had all virtual hearings either. But this is the first.
I think we did in 2021 during COVID.
During COVID, with the exception of COVID. You're
That
absolutely
was the
correct, sir.
exception, yes.
You're absolutely correct with the exception of COVID. Okay, more to come. We look forward to getting those maps. And, Mr. Chairman, I just think it's necessary that, everybody gets a chance to testify on something as important as this. Because, this is democracy, and everybody should have a part in it. And I respect you, and I appreciate you, but things just aren't going right, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't emphasize enough what my colleague, Senator Miles, is saying, because we witnessed it. Look, the numbers don't lie. This virtual testimony, it's just not working.
It's not.
If you look at how many people, and you gave the numbers, how many people have registered, how many people stay on versus what's happened in person. In fact, Saturday, when we both left here, we went to Houston, and there were still a couple of hundred people waiting to testify. So people are showing up to the regional hearings, and they're staying. They're waiting to testify. I'm not sure what kind of a turnout will happen in Arlington, but my guess is that people will show up and will stay. So again, the numbers speak for themselves on that. Secondly, I want to just have some follow-up questions about the DOJ letter for just a couple of points of clarification. After our first meeting on Friday, did you or your staff have contact with the DOJ prior to emailing the letter of invitation?
No,
Okay.
I haven't had any contact with that office.
Okay, so then it seems like your response has been consistent. You said before your only interaction with the DOJ was when you reviewed guess the letter dated, their July 7th letter, and then the letter of invitation that was emailed to the Assistant Attorney General on Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so those would be the two. And I think you said that you have not received any response from the Assistant Attorney General's office?
So we of course, we recessed our hearing, and I went back to the office, wrote up a letter right then, and sometime after 5 p.m., I got one of those automatic responses from their office saying it had been received.
Okay, and that's been it?
That was Friday evening, and of course today's just Monday.
Okay. And then we did some research, and under our Senate rules and state law, issuing a subpoena that's been considered a procedural matter, not a non-procedural or substantive matter. It's clear that if the committee chooses to do so, we could issue a subpoena to the Assistant Attorney General Dillon during today's regional hearing or tomorrow, but I think you said that we're going to do that on Wednesday.
So my
right?
understanding...
Did I hear that correctly?
My understanding of the Senate resolution we passed, it specifically says that we cannot issue subpoenas during regional hearings. But, and I'm still not clear on if we can issue a subpoena to a federal officer. However, I will ask Ledge Council to research that for us all, and I will also take up a motion Wednesday from the committee to issue a subpoena if anyone cares to bring that, and you obviously do. Hopefully before then we'll have heard and have already begun to make arrangements for someone from the DOJ to come and testify.
Okay. And again, I just, keep bringing this up because the reason that we're here is because of this letter, and they've given some pretty quick deadlines. I think it's August the 7th that they have.
Which I'm not sure what that is a deadline.
Well, I just think if they're giving us some pretty tight deadlines, it's okay for us to give them a tight deadline to respond to us.
I don't disagree. I think, and that's why I said Wednesday we'll be happy to entertain a motion. But always need to bear in mind as well, the governor could have put congressional redistricting on the call regardless of whether he received that letter.
I don't think that would have happened. I don't think he was going to put this on the call until he got that letter and until Trump called him. That's what sparked all of this. That's why we're here, because none of this was ever discussed during the regular session. And as I said on Saturday, usually in special sessions, you take up bills that needed to be tweaked or something like the Central Texas floods that happened, but nobody was talking about redistricting in the special session. The only thing we were talking about kind of on the sidelines was the court case in El Paso.
Well, I'm not at all disagreeing with you that that's the norm, but I will say the map that's in place today for the congressional members was passed in a special session in 2021 and then reaffirmed in 2023 during the regular. And then we, on occasions during the prior decade, due to court orders or the governor, then Perry, just on his own initiative, putting it on the call, have dealt with redistricting.
Okay. Well, and since I brought up El Paso, we've referenced the court case in El Paso several times, whether on the floor or here. Is it leadership's intention to push members to move forward with redrawing the map in the next couple of weeks? Then it would be beneficial for all the committee members to be knowledgeable about the claims raised in the ongoing litigation and the state's position on the 2021 map and what the expert witnesses said. Would you be willing to ask the Attorney General's office to provide us with full transcripts from the trial and have them to be part of the legislative record?
Yeah, we can certainly ask them to make them available, probably drop them into our Dropbox if they do that. I can tell you that I've called the Attorney General's office and asked them to come and just brief me, and they've done that. And then I've read quite a few of the documents myself, not all of them by any measure. And I also read the Attorney General's response to the DOJ letter at issue, and the court's response to the motion by the plaintiffs to reopen testimony because of that letter. And I'm sure that if you individually wanted to ask the Attorney General's office, they'd come to your office and brief you up on it as well. But we'll ask them to pick out the pertinent documents that'll give a good overview and get those to us, and they're all public record. And we'll be happy to make sure they get dropped into the committee, into your Dropbox, the committee Dropbox.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. I think it's important for us to see that because attorneys, state officials, people were under oath and talked a lot about how the maps in 2021 were racially blind, VRA compliant, constitutional. And I'm just curious if were people lying back then, or are they, I mean, even the man that drew the map, Mr. Adam Kincaid, testified to that. And so was he committing perjury? Was he doing something else? So I think it's important that we have that. So I appreciate your reply.
Happy to do that.
One last thing. You know, it bothers me that we continue to treat this mid-decade redistricting like any normal redistricting, because it's not a normal redistricting. But yet we insist on, this body insists on treating it as if it is a regular redistricting cycle. This is not a regular redistricting cycle, so why are we treating this as if it is? I mean, this is a mid-decade redistricting called by the President of the United States for personal reasons, but yet we want to conform it into one of our regular decade redistricting. It's a round peg trying to go into a square hole. So why do we have to go by the guidelines of our regular redistricting process? President's office isn't. Our governor's office isn't. Our lieutenant governor's office isn't.
So what I'm trying to do,
and Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say this before you say that. I have the utmost, once again, the utmost respect for you and my colleagues. But this is an arrogant process. This is a blatant, arrogant, conceited process that's just being shoved down the throats of the citizens of Texas, particularly the African American and brown, who is going to hurt the most. By no means am I calling any of my colleagues arrogant and cocky, but this process is, Mr. Chairman, this process is. And it's going to hurt my community. It's going to hurt Senator Alvarado's community. And it just seems like nobody cares. It's like we don't exist in this state. And many a times I've said to my colleagues, the strength of Texas is in its diversity. We cannot live up to our full capacity until we embrace our diversity. It's getting ridiculous, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, thank you for your comments, and I take them in with the intent that they were offered.
Please do, sir. Thank you.
And what my commitment is, that I'll do my best to make sure that we operate the committee in full accordance with the rules of the Senate and with the rules of the Senate resolution we passed on Monday, and I will do my best to try to keep it as open and transparent as possible. So if y'all have any more requests for information, let me know, and I'll do my very best to accommodate those. Again, for right now, we're just in an information gathering stage. We're here because the governor, we're in response to the charge, the governor placing this on the call. And we have one more information hearing tomorrow. After that, as I mentioned, we can have a discussion Wednesday if someone wants to offer a motion for a subpoena. In the meantime, I'll ask for Ledge Council to research that question of subpoenaing a federal officer. And with your help, I'd like to go ahead and open us up for the witnesses. I know we have a few standing by, including a couple of congressional members. We have about 50 people in the waiting room. So are there any more comments?
I do have a
Yes,
suggestion.
Alvarado.
Since we have Senator Hughes on the committee, and he as chair of State Affairs, they did issue a subpoena to the CEO of BlackRock who lived out of state in New York. So maybe he can lend his expertise in helping us to get that subpoena if the issue is subpoenaing somebody that is out of state. Just a suggestion, since he has experience
I've already planned
doing
on consulting him about this, and I do need to make sure that there's not something unique in the fact that it's a federal officer. But again, we will have a hearing on this Wednesday, right after we recess for the day, and by then hopefully we have all the answers, and we may well find that we've already received a response to our invitation and worked out a date for someone from DOJ to come testify.
Thank you.
Thank you. That said, anybody else? All right. Senator Hughes, did you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you have all this under control. You do, of course, you're proceeding appropriately. I would only, to give a little context to our colleague, Senator Alvarado, the Committee on State Affairs authorized by a 2/3 vote, authorized the chair to issue subpoenas to a number of financial firms, BlackRock, I believe BlackRock, State Street, also ISS, and Glass Lewis. ISS, a proxy advisory firm. It was back in 2022. Armed with that, we contacted those entities, told them what we wanted, and they agreed to comply without the necessity of issuing the subpoena. So we never tested that issue. We also, in that case, though, each of those firms have people in Texas. So our backup was, even if we couldn't get to the boys in New York, they had folks in Texas we could spend if we had to. So just for context, everything you said is true, but we never got to the point of having to enforce that subpoena against an out-of-state person. We hope we have that authority, but again, we never tested that. So, and of course, I'm going to assist the chair and the committee moving forward. But I want to make sure we were clear on that, what happened with state affairs historically. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Staff's telling me I need to clarify that what I meant by hearing on Wednesday is we would have a formal meeting of the committee upon the end of that day's business.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
respectfully, we have our congressional people waiting.
I was just fixing to call them up.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I just want to make sure we give them the due respect.
And I'm going to call them up one at a time, and I'm going to call the Honorable Al Green first, not giving him preference over Congresswoman Fletcher, but his name is just first up on the list. So, and he is the senior member. Congressman, are you with us? Congressman, are you able to hear us? And could you speak so we can... Need to unmute your screen.
I'm unmuted, I think.
There you are. Okay, great. Thank you for being here with us today. We can see you, and we're eager to hear what you have to say. Please proceed. And just for our record, just so it's on the archived tape, if you would please state your name and who you're representing today.
I'm Congressman Al Green, and I represent the 9th Congressional District of Texas. But I think I represent people across the length and breadth of the state because the issue impacts people across the length and breadth of the state. And if I may say so, I take no great delight in saying what I'm about to say. Let me start by thanking the committee. I thank the senators. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, the Vice Chair. And I want to associate myself with the remarks of Senator Miles and Senator Alvarado. They took up quite a bit of what I would need to say and don't have time to say. There's not enough time to explicate, so I will abbreviate. This is wrong. It is wrong for us to conclude that we can eliminate 4 districts with minority representation simply at the behest of a president who wants to stay in office. This is unconstitutional. It is, in my opinion, what Senator Miles said. This is a racist act. This is not something that you should do. The Justice Department is asking the state of Texas to commit a racist act. I have no problem saying the word racism, just as I have no problem saying anti-Semitism. If we were about to eliminate 4 districts that were electing Jewish members of Congress, we'd say it's anti-Semitic. And I would be one of the people out front saying it. So I'm out front now saying that this act is wrong, and it is a racist act, and it's something that we should not allow to occur. Now, most of the conversation is about maps. I would hope that the committee would consider not taking any action at all. Maybe the people in the state of Texas are not wanting to see redistricting right now, mid-decade, and to see what's about to happen. It's sort of like having a basketball game, and at halftime, you have one team that has the power to say, look, looks like we may run into some difficulties in the second half. Let's take 3 of their players and let's put them off the field, and we'll take 3 more players and put them on our team. So we'll play them, they'll have 2, and we'll have 8. I mean, this is what we're doing. We're taking from the minority communities, and we're going to now give it to a broader community so that it can continue to maintain power. Yes, it's a power grab, but it's a racist power grab. I do thank you. I don't want to exceed the time. If I'm asked a question, I'll be more than proud to answer. And I thank you again. No delight in saying what I say, but sometimes you have to speak truth to power and truth about power. This is about President Trump and what he wants for Texas. Let's do what is best for the Texans. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for the congressman?
I have quite a few,
Senator Miles.
I have quite a few, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Green, let me first thank you for taking time to testify today. You know, I've known you for a long time, and you've been a great representative to your community and in Washington, D.C., and I know how much you care about your constituents. I just have 5 questions that I want to get through at what this redistricting will mean for our community, Mr. Congressman Green. Congressman Green, how long have you been representing Congressional District 9?
Since 2005.
2005. So you've been through how many 10-year redistricting cycles?
Well, the truth is this. I have been in court litigating more than at least half of the time that I've been in Congress. I arrived in 2005. I was elected in 2004, and shortly thereafter became a part of litigation. I am currently a part of the litigation taking place in El Paso, Texas. And yes, I have been there. And yes, I know that the testimony from the state has been that this is a colorblind map. And I understand that if you say it's colorblind, then you ought to defend colorblind. You should not allow the president to say you should do something that obviously ignores this and would in fact be unconstitutional if you did it. But the president doesn't care about it being unconstitutional if you will implement it, because it'll take years before it will get to a final judgment in court. And by this time, the president will either be out of office or he'll be holding over under some sort of martial law.
And Congressman, you said you've been most of your time in court, including the Laredo, El Paso. What was the outcomes of those other trials that you've been in, except for this latest one?
Well, we've had some positive outcomes, but it was when Section 2 and Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, when they had more strength than they have now. The Voting Rights Act is being chipped away. And the only thing left for us now is Section 2. And we're not going to win under Section 2 unless we show that this act by the state of Texas, if it does it, and I pray that it won't, I take no delight in saying what I say, but if we don't say that this is racial, if we don't indicate that, we're not going to get to Section 2 and we can't win. And people are very smart. They understand that if they say that this is just politics, this is partisan politics, or this is a power grab, they understand now that the law has devolved to the point where you can say that, and then I've got to prove, no, that's not what your intent was. And that is almost impossible. So let's not have the state of Texas do what the president is asking, and that is something that's unconstitutional.
Thank you for outlining that, Mr. Congressman. Mr. Congressman, can you tell me a little bit about your community?
Yes, Senator. I have a very diverse community. Everybody likes to say theirs is the most diverse, when in fact
including me.
Well, my community, in the ballot is printed in 4 languages: English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese. In my community, we have what's called an international district, and that is a district wherein we have literally all sorts of cultures that come together and people come together, and we have created what I call a symbiosis. We're doing more together than we could ever do separate and apart from each other. And this symbiosis is something that you talked about, Senator Miles, and this is what we need in the state of Texas, appreciating what each can bring to the table and allowing that to cause us to do together what we could never do separate and apart from each other. But aside from the symbiosis and aside from the international district, we have the largest medical center in the world in the 9th Congressional District. It's a great economic engine for the 9th Congressional District. And my regret is going to be that it'll be drawn in such a way that the people that I represent who need the benefits of that medical center, the medical center that we have brought dollars into to help the people of Texas and anyone else who comes into the medical center, it could be drawn away such that the projects that we have and the things that we're doing with the medical center, we may no longer be able to do. Aside from those things, I would add that this district has what I call character. And it is the character of constituents who understand that it is necessary to work together. Sunnyside, which is a neighborhood that is inhabited by people who have been there for a long time, an old neighborhood, people who understand the importance of voting, understand the importance of protecting their neighborhood from many of the things that are encroaching that would make it not as livable as they want it to be. But we have Sunnyside. It's
where I was born and raised, as you know.
Yes, sir. And then we have South Park Village, South Park in that area, where we have people who are youngsters, a lot of them up-and-coming young people, but also another very much older and stable community. And then, of course, we have the communities out in the Fort Bend area and over also into the Brazoria County area. So we cover 3 different counties, but we've been able to bring people together in all of these counties. I meet with the people in these counties regularly. I don't depend on being able to raise $5 million to win an election. And too many people do. They say they won, but they bought the election. When you can outspend your opponent 10 times, 10 to 1, have you really won by virtue of what you're going to do or by virtue of your being able to drown out the audience or the voice of your opponent? I win my elections because I use my feet, I use my voice, and I'm in those neighborhoods, and people know it. And this is government of the people, by the people, for the people, not government of the money, by the money, for the powerful.
You said that very well, sir. You know, Congressman Green, we heard from a Republican resident of Nacogdoches that he was dissatisfied with his congressional district because it's just crossed so many counties. He said he appreciated his representative, but his East Texas community had nothing in common with Round Rock outside of Austin. Congressman, do you believe that your district should remain the way it is because it has unique and common needs? And if you do, could you expound on that?
Well, thank you. I am in litigation, and we were trying as best as we could to improve upon the district with that litigation. And there were some things that were carved out of the district that we thought should have been left in. But we appreciate what we have, and we don't want to go from a district where we were trying to improve it to a district that cannot be improved by virtue of what may take place with redistricting that's being offered up, eliminating 4 congressional seats where people are electing persons of color, which means that if I want the public to understand this, if this happens, that means you're going to have 4 less seats with people of color, and you're likely to have more districts with persons who are Anglo, fewer people who are of color, fewer African Americans, fewer Latinos. You're not going to have that. But with reference to your question, when districts are compact, you do have the opportunity to traverse the districts and to visit with your colleagues, and I mean colleagues, senators, state senators, and representatives, understand what's needed so that you can bring home those community dollars. We have something called community project funding, and I've worked with the senators, I've worked with the county commissioners, and we do this together. It's not a congressional effort, it's an effort of elected officials that have harmonized. And that harmony is something that I think we should appreciate, celebrate, and continue to cause to manifest itself in the 9th Congressional District and in the 29th. I don't mean to in any way say what I'm saying to the exclusion of the 29th, because I work closely with Congresswoman Garcia, and I have worked very closely with Congresswoman Jackson Lee, very closely with Garcia. And when Sylvester Turner was there for a brief period of time, he and I were working closely together. So you've got all of this harmony, and we have the president coming in to do what he can, it seems, to create this harmony among people who are working together. I would hope that we would not let the president of the United States decide that he will pick the representatives for the people in the state of Texas.
So if I'm hearing you right, Congressman, you're saying that the breakup of your district would be detrimental to the community as a whole?
It would, to the community as a whole, the district as a whole, but also to the adjacent districts, because we work together. We work with Congresswoman Garcia. She and I serve on the same committee together in Congress. That is Financial Services. We work with the 18th Congressional District, but they've been without representation for too long now. Yeah. And if the 18th Congressional District had been properly represented in Congress, when we had the vote on what's called the Big Beautiful Bill, it would not have passed with those votes, because the bill passed with 1 vote. And the 18th Congressional District, I am absolutely, totally, and completely sure that the representative would have spoken for the people of the 18th, who are not enthralled with what happened with that piece of legislation, which is going to hurt Medicaid, which means you're going to hurt Medicare. If we live long enough, we will all need Medicaid, because your long-term health care, once you're hospitalized, comes from Medicaid. And we want to protect it. And we want to protect Social Security. So we understand what we have in common, and we work for a common cause, standing on common ground.
So, Congressman, our community in your district is not special just because of the communities. It's really special because of the diversity. Is that correct?
Absolutely, totally, yes.
And if you could estimate, what would you estimate the racial makeup of Senate District 9 basically is? Congressional 9, I'm sorry. If you had to estimate, what's the breakdown?
The ethnic group that would have the greatest number would be the Latino community, followed by the African American community, followed by the Anglo community, followed by the Asian community. The mixture has blended well together. We work together. We celebrate together. We celebrate the new year at least 1 or 2 months sometimes, depending on how the lunar new year falls. So all of these are things that have made the district more colorful and made it much more attractive to visitors coming to Houston, Texas. The International District draws people from across the globe. I'm very proud to represent it.
In the neighborhood of Sharpstown, it's in your district, right, Congressman?
Just a sliver of it is in. Yeah, but yes.
And do you know how many languages are spoken at Sharpstown High School?
Well,
I
at
do.
Sharpstown High School, A-Leaf, I have a little portion of A-Leaf too. I can't give you the exact number.
There are 22 different languages spoken at a high school in your district, Congressman. 22 different languages at one public high school.
Well, over
Sharpstown
120
High, which is also in my district.
Yes, sir. And if I may add this, Senator, with your permission, over 120 languages, I believe, in the district itself. We have a polyglot community. We recognize the importance of culture in the community. You know, we live in a country where you can have unity without uniformity. We don't all have to be alike. We don't have to look alike. We don't all have to speak the same language all the time. We can have unity, notwithstanding this, without that kind of uniformity. So if the president is trying to achieve uniformity across the length and breadth of the country, Texas is not a good place to start, because Texas is a very diverse state with a minority population that exceeds what we used to call the majority population. It's just a fact. And with these facts will come some additional responsibilities, and that is to have minority voices. Minority voices are important. They give people who think that they are not being properly represented the opportunity to see representation that comes from the community, that people have known and respected. I just think that this whole plan, scheme, plot that the president has put together is to disrupt and to cause disharmony, and is going to be unconstitutional, but it'll be more than 2 years. He'll be out of office before it will be proven to be such, because they're asking that we deal with 4 communities that have 4 districts that have elected people of color, and removing those 4 people is going to make a difference.
And Congressman, correct me if I'm wrong, but Congressional District 9 also produces one of the largest blocks of Democratic votes in the state of Texas, as well as one of the largest blocks of Democratic votes in the country. Is that correct?
Correct. It has traditionally supported the Democratic candidate for president, the Democratic candidates for United States senators, and other statewide offices. Yes, it is a strongly drafted and constructed Democratic district. I would hope that we would not deny Democrats to have an opportunity to have a voice. I respect the Republicans and the voice that they have. I trust that Democrats will have an opportunity to have our voices continue to be respected in the Congress of the United States of America.
So, Congressman, let me be respectful to my colleagues and to Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher with one last question. So, it kind of looks like the only concrete piece of information about this redistricting is that President Trump publicly said he wants 5 new seats out of Texas. And after that, the DOJ letter was drafted that flatly attacked majority-minority congressional districts. Would you agree with that, Mr. Congressman?
I absolutely agree with it. And Senator, I think it's important for this to be said. You and I have not had a discussion about this.
No, we have not.
These questions are all questions that I'm hearing for the very first time today. No prior discussions. So we come to the table with clean hands and a strong voice, merely asking for justice. This is an injustice if we proceed as the president has asked, and it would be an injustice perpetrated upon people who have demonstrated that they love this country just as much as anybody else does. They may have values that are different, but that's across the state, across the country. Let the voices of all be heard, and let us not decide that in the middle of a decade we can change the rules so that a president can maintain his power in office.
You know, Mr. Congressman, I asked my colleagues on the Senate floor, did they think that was just a coincidence, that they're coming after the district they're coming after? Do you think this is a coincidence, Congressman Green?
Well, it's no secret that the president and I have had national news in terms of our disagreements. And I've had at least one person to tell me that if the president doesn't get 5, there's at least one that he's coming after. So I hear these things and I notice, and I cannot ignore the relationship between myself and the president. But I think that is bigger than me. I think that he does want to get more districts. And I think that while I may be one of the many that he might take, there's an effort to do more than to harm just the 9th district, which would do more than to harm just one constituency. There are many constituents that will be harmed. And by the way, it's about the people that we serve, not about the people that we ourselves who are going to Congress, represented in Congress. We're representatives of the people. This is a democracy, but it is a democracy that is within a republic. And the republic aspect of this means that the people select the candidates of their choice. And the people of the 9th, the 18th, the 33rd, and the 29th have elected people of their choice, and they just happen to be people of color. There are many districts where Anglos are in the majority, and they elect the people of their choice, and they happen to be Anglos. And there's no big deal made of it. No big deal if Anglos elect an Anglo person. But if we minorities select a minority person, somehow the Justice Department believes that you can change that and you can do something unconstitutional, and that is decide that you're going to violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and discriminate against minorities simply because they are a majority in a district.
Congressman, I've always appreciated your leadership. I want to say thank you. And as I say to our constituents all the time, we must keep our faith and keep our fight. Thank you, Congressman Green.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Senator? Okay. Congressman, thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher. Congresswoman, if you would unmute the screen and try to speak, see if we can get you up there. Congressman, thank you. There you are. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the committee. I am Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher, and I have the honor and privilege of representing the people of Texas's 7th Congressional District, which is made up of diverse and vibrant neighborhoods in Houston, from Main Street in Midtown, Southwest, and Harris and Fort Bend counties. And Congressional District 7 is a majority minority district where Black, Hispanic, Asian American, and other minority citizens have successfully elected their candidate of choice since the district was configured in 2021, and I am proud to be that candidate. It's important for you to know that all but one of the 13 congressional districts in Texas represented by a Democrat has a majority minority population, and that in all 13 districts, it is minority voters who elect their candidate of choice. Those 13 districts are the only districts where minority voters, who make up more than 60% of the population of our state, consistently and reliably elect their candidates of choice. To dismantle any of these 13 districts currently represented by Democrats would be intentionally diluting the voting strength of minority communities. You cannot do it without harming Texans, and you shouldn't. It's against the law, and it's against the fundamental organizing principle of a democratic society that all citizens, not just the privileged few, have the right and have the ability to have a say in our government. Configuring a new map where District 7 is converted to a district where white voters elect a Republican is an intentional assault on minority Texans. We have a long and shameful history of discrimination when it comes to voting in our beloved state. From poll taxes to whites-only primaries, Texas has discriminated against voters of color for generations. But you have the power to reject that, to reject the pressure from President Trump and national Republican operatives urging you to offset their electoral losses elsewhere by redrawing the map in Texas to discriminate against minority communities, to put Texans first, not surrender them. And I urge you to do so, to end this process and focus on the real and urgent needs of our fellow Texans and our great state. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
Sure.
Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman Fletcher, it's good to see you. Well, I can't
Thank
see
you,
her,
Senator.
actually.
I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about your district? Because I think it's important. You said some words that are very important. You were the candidate of choice for that district. Can you tell me about the makeup of your district?
That's right, absolutely. And I think there is a little competition among members of Congress. I heard Congressman Green testifying that he thinks he has the most diverse district. I think, of course, the 7th Congressional District may be the most diverse district, not only in Texas, but in the country. The racial and ethnic breakdown is split among several groups. It is about 33% Latino. It's about 26% Anglo, 22% African American, 21% Asian American, and it encompasses so many diverse and vibrant parts of the greater Houston area, starting, as I said, in the middle of town, right off of Main Street and running west. And so we have the historic heart of the LGBTQ community in the Montrose neighborhood. Of course, I share a boundary with Congressman Green, and so the International District and Asia Town on Bel Air Boulevard is part of this district, as well as the heart of the Jewish community in Meyerland. We have a huge number, a big South Asian population as you get into Fort Bend County, but throughout the district, there are minority communities that come together and elect their candidate of choice. And what that means is that while no one group has the majority in this coalition district, the choice of these voters is has only been so far a Democratic candidate, because this district has been configured this way since 2021, and I've had the privilege of representing it since that time. It was differently configured prior to the last redistricting, and I had the privilege of serving two terms in that configuration as well. But what we know about this community is that, anticipating some of the questions, there are 140 languages spoken in Houston. In our community in particular, we welcome so many people from not only across the country, but around the world. The 7th Congressional District has more than twice the average of foreign-born residents as the state of Texas, nearly 40% of the people in this district. It's home to the Gulfton neighborhood, which is kind of the Ellis Island of Texas. And I have spent the last several years just working closely with people in that community on the kinds of needs that folks have relating to immigration matters. We have had the privilege of helping resettle refugees from Afghanistan and working with our community organizations that are really focused on refugee resettlement and welcoming people to our great state. And I do think it's important. This district and the Houston community in general is so welcoming. We all had to take Texas history in 7th grade, right, and learn about gone to Texas and people wanting to come to Texas. And there's no better representation of a welcoming community where people want to be than Texas's 7th Congressional District. And there are just so many different people who live and work in this community and who have made it just an absolutely thriving, dynamic place. And I'm so proud to have the privilege of representing them.
Well, I knew your district was diverse. I did not realize to the extent, and that's quite a breakdown that you just gave. And again, I think the important words to recognize here are candidate of choice. It's just like when many of us were involved in creating the 29th Congressional District. We created that as a Latino Opportunity District. And as it turns out, the voters chose a non-Latino to represent them. And that was the candidate of choice. And that was a man by the name of Gene Green, who I later went to work for. And so trusting the voters to elect their candidate of choice is so important. And just your district is a very good example of that. Thank you for your testimony.
Well, thank you, Senator Alvarado. And if I might add, I do think it's really important that that's what we focus on. This is about the voters, not the members. It's not about any one particular member of Congress, but I do want to note, as I said in my testimony, that all 13 of these districts, whoever is sitting in that seat is the elected representative and candidate of choice of minority communities. And it's an incredible privilege for me, and it's my job to make sure that I'm speaking for everyone across this incredibly diverse and dynamic district. district, because this is about them. This is about the voters and not the elected officials. And it's important that the voters get to pick their representatives rather than the other way around.
Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Fletcher, I want to also thank you for testifying today. And I also want you to know that you have also been, the citizens of Congressional District 7 chose properly in choosing you because you're a great leader in your community. I've watched your work. I've also worked with you in our district because we share some of the same parts, Congressman Fletcher. And I want you to know, that we're in this fight together. You've done a great job, and your district is just as makes up for the diversity district of Senate District 13, and you do a great job in representing the people of 7. Did a great job in choosing you as the candidate. Thank you, Congressman Fletcher, and thank you for testifying today.
Thank you so much, Senator Miles.
Senator Hinojosa.
Just a quick question to follow up on Senator Miles and Alvarado. I guess your congressional district is a majority-minority.
That's correct.
And you're not a minority, are you?
I am not.
You're Anglo-white.
Anglo. Yes, sir.
And that's why it's so important where you have the candidate of choice, and that's who the voters wanted, and they elected you as congressperson.
Well, thank you. I'm proud to be the candidate of choice of the incredible people of the 7th Congressional District, and have had the opportunity to represent many parts of the district now almost 8 years. I've been my 4th term, but certainly I was new to Fort Bend County after the last redistricting, and what I found is this is the most dynamic and wonderful district, and there's just an incredible opportunity to work together, to bring people together. And that is very true to Houston and to the community that I have the privilege of representing. So I'm honored and proud to be their candidate of choice and to work with my colleagues across the congressional delegation and across our community. And I think what Senator Miles noted is very important too, that we work together and we build relationships for the long term. And so I have had the opportunity to work with Senator Miles, to work with my state representatives, of course, in the House, other state senators, certainly, and our local elected officials for the benefit of everyone across our community, including the commissioners in Harris and Fort Bend County. And I do think it's important that we have a community of interest and that we are all working together effectively to deliver real results for the people that we all have the privilege of representing.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Congresswoman, thank you for being here with us today, and I know you had to wait a little while to get online because we had some things to talk about, so thank you for waiting.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Senator King. Thank you all.
I am going to now call our first panel of witnesses. The clerk will also show that Senator Parker's with us. And again, as I call the first panel, if you will be called move over into the from the waiting room to the Zoom. Right. So as I call your name, you'll be moved from the waiting room into the Zoom. At that time, please keep your audio muted. Please turn your video on if I call your name. Testify. At that time, turn your audio, turn the mute off so that we can hear you. So the first would be Terry Webster, Kevin Chance, Meg Barnes, Lanita Robinson, and Judson Robinson. Let me say those again. Terry Webster, Kevin Chance, Meg Barnes, Lanita Robinson, and Justin Robinson. And Mr. Robinson, I see that you're already in the Zoom. if you would turn your mute off and introduce yourself. Testify at that time. I think we've got 2 witnesses on. So again, if you're one of the names I just called, please have your video on, but stay muted. And Mr. Robinson, if you would go ahead and introduce yourself, and tell us your name, and if you're representing any organization, if you would do that as well. And, sir, you'll need to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There you go. Welcome.
Judson Robinson, president of the Houston Area Urban League. Good afternoon.
Please begin your testimony, and please try to keep it to 2 minutes.
I'll try. Panel, good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Judson Robinson, president of the Houston Area Urban League. I'm one of 90 affiliates throughout the country, servicing about 10,000 people annually. We're here to help folks in the areas of education, housing, workforce, entrepreneurship, health matters, and to be a voice for those who don't always have access to the opportunities that others may have access to. And so we have been very instrumental in working with our partners, our elected officials, those who represent us, and help to speak on behalf of those that we work for. So I'm very thankful that we have the lines that we do, and we work with the legislators that we currently work with, because the work is so vitally important. And because we're able to do the work, we're able to touch about 10,000 people a year. Let me jump to, in the interest of time, the fact that there are 3 things I really want to make mention of today. First, the fact that trying to redraw lines in 30 days is next to impossible. Trying to do it where it's fairly done, where it's not a rush to judgment, to where we have enough opportunity for the public to give their side, to review the maps. That's going to be vitally important to us. Knowing exactly what we currently have in terms of our representation and what we stand to lose is going to be something that is kind of ambiguous. And without even having a map to look at, it makes it very difficult for us to have any confidence going into this process. The first, access to congressional representation for Black voters and other voters of color. We don't think that should be weakened with any new lines being drawn based on contradictory positions of the Texas legislature. And the fact that race of voters has played a role in the 2021 congressional map development. Secondly, the Texas legislature should rely on Texans every 10 years to research all the criteria necessary to conduct accurate and fair congressional redistricting. That should be done by us, for us. Third, attempting, as mentioned before, to complete any mid-decade congressional redistricting during a special legislative 30-day session increases the risk of a rushed and non-transparent process, thus limiting meaningful public participation. Therefore, we urge the legislature to not draw lines in any way that further harms Black Texans and voters of color and risk further damage to those communities. We need to make sure that we have what we have, we know what we know, and the unknown in times such as these is not something we would welcome. I would encourage you to support the lines that we currently have as drawn.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for the witness? Senator Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judson, Brother Robinson, I want to thank you for coming out and testifying, taking time out of your day to testify, not just for yourself, not just for your community, not just for your legacy, but also on behalf of the Houston Area Urban League. You've done a great, you've led for some time now and done a great job, as you did a great job as a city councilman. I'm sitting here with a former city councilman, Carol Alvarado, as you know, and we just want to thank you for taking time out and testifying on this very important matter. You understand what's going on. I'm sure your members understand what's going on. So I would ask you that you make sure and reach out to them and let them know what's happening, as you always do. And in the legacy of your father, the first African-American city councilman in the city of Houston, stand up, and we're going to keep our faith, and we're going to keep our fight, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, any other questions?
Yes, sir.
Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judson, thank you for joining us. I know you were also at the hearing on Saturday, so thank
Correct.
you for showing up there. And I know that was it was quite a crowd. I'm sure you were in the audience for a while. You brought up a good point about trying to get all of this done in 30 days and it being impossible. I talked about that a little bit at maybe it was the first hearing or on the floor, but usually, and you've been through this many times because of your the political family you come from and being on the city council, that it takes months to get through the redistricting process. Would you agree with that?
I do, and I think it's important, Senator, to this is really important. This is helping to shape the future of communities for years to come, and making sure that you do this fairly, that you're right, that you have all the data, that is very analytical, and it's accurate. It's just important. I think working with people that you have a relationship with, you mentioned, the history of our family's involvement in politics in Houston, and I've built, tremendous relationships. Those relationships help us at the Urban League serve over 10,000 people a year. We help them get jobs. We help them buy homes. We help them find affordable health care. We help them do many, many things that, had it not been for the relationships that we have, we would be in lesser of a position to be as effective as we have been. And I think at the end of the day, that's what we all want. We all want to see communities that are self-sufficient, that are producing at their highest levels. The programs that I have simply assist and help in making sure that no one misses the opportunity to have that opportunity presented and afford it to them. And so, when I can pick up the phone and call someone who understands what it's like to come from the 5th Ward or the 3rd Ward or from Sunnyside, that they understand what it takes to find a job in a job desert, when they're trying to find healthy access to food and there's nowhere to shop. That's something that you have to almost experience to appreciate the magnitude of the devastation and the challenge that it creates for people, especially people who live in these neighborhoods, to really live with every day. So, I'm thankful that people like yourself and Senator Miles, who I know personally, and I know where he comes from and how he got to where he is, and the hard work that it took. And I remember you as a young worker in Congressman Green's office, and how hard he worked to do the work that he did, and how he set a real example for what leadership looks like, regardless of your race. But it's an outlier. It doesn't always happen that way. But I think the staff around him helped to keep him grounded about what people in the community that he represented really needed. And so I thank you for that, and I thank all of you for your expertise. And I just hope that you will, as I mentioned at the last hearing, bring not only your view, but try to see the view of others and to bring their lens to the table as well. It's very important as elected official that you're able to do that, and that you are your own master. There's been rumors, a lot of this come from Washington, D.C., and not even rumor, but it's, persons at the Department of Justice that have made recommendations that have all of us down scrambling now. So it's important stuff, as I said earlier in my comments, and I just hope that we all take this opportunity to really kind of think about the magnitude of our actions and the long-range effects it'll have on the communities in which we live, work, and play.
Thank you for showing up Saturday and for being with us today.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you for being here today. Chair calls Kevin Chance. Kevin Chance. Sir, if you'll...
Okay.
There you go.
Sorry.
Great. Welcome. If you would, please state your name. If you're representing any organization, please let us know that. And then
Okay.
I was a little bit loose with the last witness. Please do your best to keep your testimony to 2 minutes.
I will. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Chance, and I'm testifying for myself. And I'm angry. I'm angry because I have to tell you, the Senate Redistricting Committee, that Donald Trump is not your constituent. He didn't vote for you. You don't answer to him, but you should answer to your constituents. Donald Trump isn't Greg Abbott's constituent. Greg Abbott should listen to his Texas constituents, not billionaires in Pennsylvania, and not Donald Trump. Stop bowing to a bully. Do your job, not Trump's bidding. Again, he's not your constituent. We shouldn't even be here. You should be discussing flood mitigation and flood warning systems so Texas doesn't have to again deal with a heartbreaking catastrophe like happened in Kerr and Hunt counties, as well as others. You should be discussing common sense legislation concerning hemp products and not gutting an industry that generates $5.5 billion in annual revenue. Hemp supports over 53,000 jobs in Texas and helps tens of thousands of veterans deal with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. These are just 2 examples of what you could be spending your time on. But no, you have to bow to the bully and try to kill the votes of millions of people of color. That is racism. Trump ordered you to focus on 4 minority districts. That is racism. You can say all you want that you follow the Voting Rights Act, but the state of Texas has been sued in every decade for 50 years over gerrymandering. Why not for once do the right thing? Listen to your constituents. I've heard testimony across both House and Senate hearings over the past few days, and I was in Houston. From observation only, I would say it has been overwhelmingly against redistricting. I would have testified in Houston Saturday, but for the House time limit of 5 hours for testimony. Hundreds were left waiting to testify. So in closing, do the right thing. Listen to your constituents. Stop this nonsense now. Vote no on moving forward with redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
Just one statement, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Miles.
Mr. Chance, thanks for keeping it plain and making it plain, sir. Thank you for making it plain.
You're welcome.
And, sir, also, I'm sorry you were not able to testify in Houston, but we're glad you're able to be with us today.
Yes, and I appreciate the opportunity. I will submit comments to the House.
Thank you. Chair calls Terry Webster.
Hello, this is Terry Webster.
Hi, welcome. If you would, please state your name, and if you're representing an organization, please let us know that, and please do your best to keep your testimony to 2 minutes.
Absolutely. My name is Terry Webster, and I am here representing myself as a resident of Fort Bend County, Congressional District 22. However, I also lead the indivisible organization for Fort Bend County. I am having a huge issue with this redistricting for several reasons. One, I question why it is necessary when we are in the middle of the redistricting time. It's just been 4 or 5 years since the last maps were released. 2, the fact that we don't have any maps to even review prior to us having public hearings. So it's really difficult to speak to the validity of maps that we have not yet had the opportunity to review. The other is currently my Congressman, Troy Nehls, has not made any attempt to meet with his constituents within Fort Bend County or Congressional District 22. And I believe that that's a direct result of how this district has been gerrymandered. Fort Bend County is the most diverse county within the state of Texas and growing. Yet, because of how the district is set up, running from Wharton to Brazoria to Matagorda County, which are primarily white areas, we are not able to really represent or elect the representative that would best represent the majority of this district. If these maps or if the proposal goes through to solidify the Republicans' presence in the United States Congress, it will be years. And I believe that we have the right to select our elected officials, not our elected officials selecting us. And I will close by saying there's a lot of conversation at the state level and the national level about DEI and people of color having to prove their merit. I would say that what is happening today and what you all are considering doing is not of merit. You are stealing votes from the constituents in the state of Texas, and you didn't earn it. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Well, thank you for being with us today. You did a great job keeping it within the 2 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Chair calls Meg Barnes. Ms. Barnes, if you'll just push.
There we go.
There we go. Great. Welcome. And
I believe I'm unmuted. Thank you.
you are. And if welcome, and if you would, please state your name. And if you're representing any organization, let us know that. And please try to keep your testimony for 2 minutes.
Thank you very, very much. My name is Meg Barnes. I live in Northside, Houston. I'm in the 29th Congressional District, which has been very well represented by Sylvia Garcia since 2018. Want to let you know, I did try to attend the hearing in Houston on Saturday, and I was one of the many, many people that were not able to testify at that time. But at the time that we filled out the testimony forms, there was a box. We were instructed to check the box neutral by the chairman, anyway, I can't remember what his name. Anyway, the chairman informed us to check the box neutral. And that was because we weren't debating any kind of actual bill with an up or down vote. So neutral would be the choice. So after that, I figured out what's going to happen here. So what's going to happen is that you're going to put all of our data in through Trump's Bigly AI, and it's going to have to be put through AI to come up with whatever mystery map you come up with, because no human will want to put their name to it. And once you get this thing bigly and ugly enough, then what you're going to do is you're going to shove it down our throats. What you're going to do is tally all of those neutrals and then say, well, everybody's okay with this.
Well, thank you. And again, I apologize that you were not able to testify on Saturday at the House hearing in Houston, but we're certainly glad you're able to talk to us today. And just to verify, you're not representing any organization today, just yourself?
No, sir.
Thank you. And members?
Just me and El Distrito 29.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? Well, thank you very much for being here today. Chair calls Lenita Robinson.
Good afternoon, honorable chairs and committee members. My name is Lenita Robinson. I am a community health worker, a 7th-generation Texan, and the granddaughter of a 100-year-old Black nurse who lived through Jim Crow, the poll tax, and generations of voter suppression here in Texas. I am representing Pure Justice, where we advocate for criminal justice reform. We also advocate for social justice, and we advocate for racial justice. Today, we are witnessing a new version of that suppression, one that directly targets the political power of Black and Latino communities. In 2021, Texas passed congressional maps under Senate Bill 6, which are still being challenged in federal court for violating Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That section prohibits racial discrimination in voting. And yet, these maps were drawn in ways that intentionally diluted the strength of Black and Latino voters. despite our communities driving almost all of Texas's recent population growth. Now, in 2025, we are being baited. Accept those gerrymandered 2021 maps still under legal scrutiny, or accept new, unseen maps that would break up longstanding Black and Latino districts designed to hand Donald Trump 5 more Republican seats. This is not fair representation. This is a power grab. There is no new census data. There's no court order requiring this redistricting, yet the efforts target districts like Houston's 9th, 18th, and 29th, where our communities have fought for decades to be heard. As a community health worker, I see these decisions affect more than ballots. They shape our lives. Our communities already face higher rates of chronic illness, fewer hospitals, and greater barriers to care. These conditions are not accidental. They are a result of policy, and policy is shaped by those who hold power. Redistricting diminishes our voice. It's not just unethical, it is discriminatory and unlawful under the Voting Rights Act. I will close with a quote, and I know I'm over a few seconds, by Fannie Lou Hamer. Nobody's free until everybody's free. Protect our districts, honor our legacy, give us fair maps. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Members, are there any questions? Senator Miles.
Ms. Robinson, I want to thank you for taking time out of your schedule today and testifying as you did on Saturday. You make it plain and clear as well, ma'am, and I want to thank you as your state senator.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
And Ms. Robinson, who did you say was 100 years old?
My grandmother, Annie Mae Jones.
That is aged. Is her health good? And
she is in Louisville at a center. She does have dementia, but she still knows her grandbabies. So we do still get to play with her and love on her. And that was just this past June 28th.
Wow, that's remarkable. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm going to call up the next panel. And members, by the way, I know we're going to go a little bit into the evening, maybe late into the evening, which is fine. But we went ahead and ordered dinner for everyone, and it should be back in the back after a while. So you can slip back there and get something. Chair calls Cheryl Williams, Brittany Payne, Tiffany Hill, Sean Gallagher, and Michaela Williams. Let me try that again. Cheryl Williams, Brittany Payne, Tiffany Hill, Sean Gallagher, and Michaela Williams. And of course, what you'll do, having had your name called, is turn your video on, but leave your voice muted. And let me go ahead and call Cheryl Williams.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hi. I want to just first off thank Senator Miles and Senator Alvarado and Congressman Al Green for their voices in the community. I am a graduate of Jack Yates High School.
And before you begin, sorry for interrupting you. Please forgive me. But would you mind just, for the record, state your name, and if you're representing any organization today, we'd like to have that on the record as well.
Okay. Well, I'm Cheryl Williams. I'm representing myself. I am a Texas realtor with HomeSmart. I've been a realtor for 13 years now, and I have lived in the congressional districts for Senator Miles, Senator Al Green, Congressman Al Green, and also I'm currently in the 18th district. So these issues really press hard on our community. And I wanted to just express my concern as a concerned citizen. For real estate, I work with many clients in our district, and I wanted to let everyone know that the dream for America is diminishing because many of our Black and brown people are not able to afford homes because they're not affordable anymore. As I've seen, many programs are diminishing. If we do not have a congressman in the 18th district that represents ourselves, then we won't have, they won't know the importance of down payment assistance and the importance of needing closing costs, because many of the people in our district live paycheck to paycheck. They're very hard workers, but may fall just a tad bit short to meeting all the criteria that's needed in order to own a home. That hurts our businesses. That hurts everyone in the community, and it also hurts our safety as well. Speaking on the recent issues of homelessness, yes, it is increasing because of the fact that we don't have affordable housing. In the past, yes, we have had some, but now that is even diminishing. I agree with Senator Miles that is not a normal redistricting period. I suggest and recommend that we do not have this redistricting session. It should go as planned with every 10 years. Not sure exactly why. Well, I can speculate, but I do not know exactly the president's thoughts on why it's important to redistrict now.
If I may go ahead and stop you at that time, the 2 minutes is up. And members, are there any questions for the witness? Senator Miles?
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
JY to the day we die, right?
That's right.
All right, then.
Go Lions.
Let me thank you for testifying today. Unfortunately, your time is out, and we're going to respect the body. But we understand what you said, and I want you to know that I'm hearing you. And what I'd like for you to do is get on the phone and call 3 of our alumnus and let them know what's happening.
Okay.
All right?
Will do.
Keep up the good work. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you. Chair calls Brittany Payne.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We certainly can. Welcome. If you please state your name, and if you're representing an organization, please let us know that, and please try to keep your testimony to 2 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Brittany Payne. I'm representing myself. I live in League City, and I'm in Senate District 11. I'm a mother, and I'm an engineer, and I'm concerned about the reasons behind this redistricting effort. Growing up, my father worked as a city planner and described it as the most boring job in the world. But from him, I learned the importance of maps and how they can present data, how they can hide it, how they can be manipulated and skewed. In 9th grade, I first learned the term gerrymandering in a human geography class. My background appreciation for maps made this issue stick out to me, and the bewilderment and disgust that I felt that such a thing was ever allowed was at least partially comforted after learning it was illegal. In theory, at least. Now I'm an adult, I'm a voter, and I'm just as bewildered and disgusted now that Texas politicians are still trying to gerrymander solely because outside forces tell them to. This redistricting effort reeks of barely disguised racial gerrymandering with the intent to disenfranchise voters even more than the 2021 redistricting, which is still under pending litigation, did. 60% of Texas's population is people of color. More voting districts should be drawn for them, not less. Not to mention, this redistricting effort is incredibly rushed. How do we know that these maps have been reviewed properly to ensure they're legal and fair if the legislature is not taking time to do so? If Texas is truly intent on redistricting, then it needs to be postponed until the pending litigation is complete. The maps need to be made available to the public, and an independent redistricting committee needs to be established to ensure fair districts for all voters. Thank you.
Thank you. You said you're from District 11?
Yes, that's correct.
May I ask what part of District 11?
I know it's under Senator Middleton in League City.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, you're in League City. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Members, any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Miles.
Ma'am, you should let your senator know how you feel about this redistricting and this whole proposal. He needs to know that he's got constituents in his district that feel like you do.
And I promise I have been writing letters, calling him, so hopefully he listens.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for keeping playing.
Thank you, members. Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us today. Chair calls Tiffany Hill.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of the body and the chair. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we sure can. If you'd please state your name, and if you're representing an organization, please let us know that as well.
Yes, sir. My name is Tiffany Hill. I am here on behalf of myself as a concerned citizen of Harris County here in Houston, Texas. So I was at the hearing on Saturday. Unfortunately, I did not get to testify. Was not expecting it to go as long as it did. I had another meeting, and I did try to hurry up and come back. And I did come back, but apparently I missed my turn. However, as I sat and watched hundreds, as Senator Miles stated, people pouring their hearts out, it was a little disheartening because I saw many of the Republican counterparts there, some on their phones, some talking to other representatives and not listening to the constituents pouring out their hearts of their disapproval and their dismay about this mid-decade.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you froze. What we're going to do is wait just a few minutes, and when we're going to call you back, try it again. Let me go ahead and call up the next panel.
Hey.
Well, wait a minute. We've got you back. Okay. Can you still hear me, ma'am?
Looks like when I can hear you. Looks like I was.
All right.
muted.
Sure. We've got you back. Why don't we go ahead and try it again? We've got about a minute left.
Okay. So, as I was saying is I didn't have to voice, I had an eloquently written letter, but I had so many of my fellow Houstonians out here saying everything that I wanted to say, that I am not neutral on the redistricting, that I am vehemently against this. And what I do call on y'all as the Senate is to please reach out to your House of Representatives counterparts and let them know this is just unjust, this is morally wrong. We should not have politics played with our lives. People's lives are at risk. I'm in CD 18 where I'm coming up on a year without a representative, and that's just not right. There have been over 130 lives that have been lost due to the flood. Instead of focusing energy on things that need to be done, we're focusing on something political. And I just don't want to go over, but I just call to let you all know to please talk to your counterpart, your House counterpart representatives, and please let them know not to move forward with redistricting. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. And again, I'm sorry you were not able to testify in Houston, but we're glad you're here with us today. Members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you again for being here. Chair will go ahead and call the next panel now. Dedrick Wilmer, Gwen Burid, Lori Reese, Lisa Brenskell, probably butchered that name, Brenskell, Rodney LaBruce. Let me try that again. Dedrick Wilmer, Gwen Burid, Lori Reese, Lisa Brenskell, and Rodney LaBruce. Ms. Wilmer, let me go, or I'm sorry, Mr. Wilmer, Dedrick Wilmer, if you want to go ahead and testify.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Texas Senate Committee. My name is Dedrick T. Wilmer. I'm a resident of Harris County, a father, a community leader, and I serve as Director and Board Secretary of Harris County Municipal Utility District 248, and also a candidate for the Congress Texas 9th Congressional District. I speak today not just as a candidate, but as someone who believes in redistricting must reflect the truth, not fear. Texas has changed, the people have changed, and our maps must catch up. For too long, redistricting in our state, especially in Houston, has been used to empower voters, but to protect the political incumbents. Even worse, some established politicians in urban districts have used the fear of racism as a shield, including any change to district lines as an attempt to suppress Black and brown voices. when in reality, it's about preserving their own seats. Respectfully, Senator Miles. Let's be clear. I say this loud and clear. True representation isn't defined by skin color. It's defined by service. Respectfully, Senator Alvarado. If your only argument is to keep a district frozen in place is fear, then you have to stop serving the people and start serving the people yourself. Look at Katy and Cy-Fair independent school districts. If a congressional district was drawn around those two communities today, voter data shows that 44% would be Democrat, 39% would be Republican, and 17% would be independents. But guess what? The racial makeup combines a Black and Hispanic of 34% and 24% white. That is not racial monolithic or politically one-sided community. It is a reflection of modern Texas. The reality is many minorities, working families, and new voters have moved beyond the urban core. Yet our maps and the narratives used to defend them haven't moved with them as well. Yes, Sunnyside deserves better. Salt Park can do better, and Texas is too good to always settle. But let me say this clearly, change is always good. Texas deserves districts drawn for fairness, not fear, for the people, not politics. I urge this committee to do what's right, not for a party or for incumbent, but for the people of Texas. I will work with Houston and Texas delegation, regardless of caucus or party. We are Texas. We are America. Thank you for your time and your responsibility to get this process right.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here today. Chair calls Gwen Burrid.
Hi, very close, Senator Gwen Baroud.
Well, I apologize.
No, you were very close. So thank you for that.
Thanks for being here. Please state your name and let us know if you're representing any organization.
Absolutely. So good afternoon, Senators. My name is Gwen Baroud. I'm the Executive Director with Texans Defending Democracy, who I am representing today. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit providing clear, accessible information on policies that impact everyday Texans. So we're here today to oppose redrawing congressional lines. It's a blatant power grab that reeks of desperation. Instead of treating this like a political game, let's treat this like a job interview, shall we? Representation is a job, and candidates should have to earn it by presenting real policy, clear vision, and solutions that serve all Texans. They shouldn't win by default just because the maps were manipulated to cling to power. Sneaking in a mid-census redistricting with these tactics is not only unfair, it's undemocratic. Districts are redrawn every 10 years after the census to reflect population changes. Doing it now without the current data is a manipulation of the system that does not represent the real people and real communities. In other words, you're rigging the rules in the middle of the game. Texans need their leaders to focus on real issues like strengthening public infrastructure, preparing for the next natural disaster, and lowering costs to support working families. Instead, we're watching this legislative majority spend their time dismantling the voting power of Texans, especially communities of color, through an unnecessary mid-decade redistricting strategy. These political maneuvers come at the expense of the very priorities Texans sent you here to address. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourselves, does diluting the voices of your fellow Texans serve the greater good? Or is it just for political survival? The answer is clear, and we believe you already know it. This sets a dangerous precedent. Democracy belongs to we the people and should never be sacrificed for your own partisan gain. So reject this plan and prove to Texans that you still believe in fair representation. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
And members, just want to let you know that the El Paso trial transcript is now in your committee Dropbox. You bet. It was just easy. I just had to ask. Chair calls Lori Reese. Lori?
Yes, good
There.
afternoon. Can you hear me?
I sure can. If you just please state your name, and if you're representing an organization, let us know that, and please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lori Ruiz, and I live in Houston, Texas. I'm speaking for myself. Thank you for holding these hearings regarding proposed redistricting. I, in turn, sincerely hope you will not only listen to the citizens speaking out on this issue, but will follow the will of the voters and reject consideration of redrawing congressional district maps. As you know, the current redistricting maps are not due for reconsideration until after the 2030 census. We have procedures for a reason, one of which is to preserve the integrity of the representation process. The current proposal to redraw maps is an affront to that integrity. The proposal to redraw these maps now does nothing to ensure that all voices in our democracy are heard, but is meant solely to disenfranchise minority voices and all democratic voices. I strongly oppose the consideration of redistricting during this legislative session. Additionally, I note that these hearings are being held without the release of any proposed redistricting maps. This lack of transparency is disingenuous at best. The topic of redistricting should be dropped from the legislative session. Finally, as I've been sitting in this hearing and in the waiting room, I do have an additional suggestion as to the procedure for these hearings, which specifically invite the public to testify. This committee spent the first 47 minutes in discussion, which could have easily been conducted toward the end of the hearing. I feel that it shows a lack of respect for the time of the voters who signed up to testify. I would expect a normal delay of a few minutes when coming to testify, but not for the amount of time that it took today. The first constituent testified 84 minutes into this hearing. Please consider restructuring future hearings so that constituents speak first or near the time of the scheduled hearing. We're taking time away from our jobs and lives to participate in this democratic process. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize you had to wait. These hearings could well go on till late this evening. And members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
Chair calls Lisa Brinskell.
It's actually Bryn Skelly.
Well, I almost went that direction. I apologize.
That's okay. Nobody ever gets it right. You're in the majority. So I have to apologize. My camera is not working, so I'm going to be a disembodied voice.
Well, the name looks great on the screen, so.
So it's Lisa Brenskeli from Houston, and I do not represent any particular organization. I just want to make a few points about this redistricting process. Firstly, there is really no valid reason to redraw maps in the absence of new census data. The maps drawn in 2021 after the 2020 census are still being challenged in court. We should not be redrawing maps just weeks after the conclusion of a trial over Texas' current maps, when concerns over those maps are still pending. We shouldn't create new maps. We should ensure that the 2021 maps comply with the Voting Rights Act, right? Secondly, the poorly reasoned Department of Justice letter directly contradicts legislators' testimony in that recent trial of the contested maps. In the trial, representatives for the state argued repeatedly that a race-blind process was used to draw the boundaries of the existing districts. The state's quick acquiescence to the DOJ letter contradicts their testimony, and frankly, it makes it appear that they were lying in court. Thirdly, the districts mentioned in the DOJ letter appear to target non-white legislators or non-white majority districts. This leads me to believe that this is an attempt at racial vote dilution, which is prohibited by the Voting Rights Act. Let me remind you, voters must have, quote, an equal opportunity to participate in the political processes and to elect candidates of their choice, unquote. And finally, fair maps maintain community so that voters with common concerns and interests have a representative who can respond to those concerns and interests. This should be the primary concern in drawing of voting maps, fairness. I don't have any confidence that the current rushed and non-transparent redistricting process is being carried out on that basis to be fair to all voters in the state. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. And members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you again for being here. Chair calls Rodney LaBruce.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me this time. My name is Rodney LaBruce, and I'm not representing any specific organization, just myself and my family of four. I'm a lifelong resident of Congressional District 30. I'm a husband, a father, a pastor for over 15 years now. And I'm also a proud candidate for the United States House of Representatives here in my district. I love my country. I love my state, and I also love my district. I've actually dedicated my life to faith, family, and service as well. And I'm not here today to talk about just politics. I'm here to talk about principle. Because while fairness is important, I know that word kind of gets lost in translation. What is fair to some may not be necessarily fair to others. So instead, I want to talk about something that I think we all can kind of understand, which is fear. The fear of unintended consequences, fear of waking up one day and realizing that we made a mistake that we can't simply undo. Those are fears I think that we should be really thinking about right now before moving on with this plan. You're not just drawing lines for our neighborhoods, you're redrawing the lines around yours as well. In an effort to gain ground in these Democratic areas, you're actually weakening your own Republican base. And that means for you, tighter races. That means riskier primaries. That means ultimately less room for error. You may survive this for now, but you'll be walking a much, much thinner line going forward. And if the political winds shift just even slightly, then your seat may be the one that flips. So let me be clear. People are paying attention. Voters who've never voted before are now knocking on doors. Folks who've never donated to any campaign, they're giving what they can now. And young people who've never voted, they're registering in record numbers. Now, this isn't just about maps. This is about voices. And when people feel like their voices are being silenced, they don't stay home. They get to work. And that's what I see a lot of people.
Thank you very much, and for being here. Members, any questions? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and call the next panel. Chair calls Jackie Mayhorn, Chloe Wilkinson, Grace Dong, Nilfar Hafizi, Diana Lyles. Let me go through those again. Jackie Mayhorn, one that we had trouble. She had trouble connecting. Okay, great. That's good to know. Thanks. Chloe Wilkinson, Grace Dong, Nulafar Hafizi, Diana Lyles, and Ms. Mayhorn. Let's have you go first, please, and welcome back. Ma'am, if you would, just push unmute. We've got your video. And there you are. And ma'am, if you would, I think if you could turn off your live stream or mute it, that way we won't hear it in the background, and you can go ahead and proceed. And is that her? No. There you are. Who is that? Yeah. All right, who is this?
This is.
Okay, Ms. Lyles, if you could turn off your, I believe you must be unmuted at this point. And we want to try to go ahead and get Ms. Mayhorn back up. Ms. Mayhorn, we do have your video, but you appear to not be unmuted. Well, actually, you are unmuted, but your audio is not coming through. I'm going to go ahead for a moment and go to Ms. Lyles and see if that doesn't resolve itself. Ms. Lyles, would you want to go ahead and testify, please?
Okay.
Ms. Lyles.
It's not. That was Ms. Mayhorn.
Okay.
Ms. Mayhorn, will you unmute?
Ms. Mayhorn, will you? All right.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move you back into the waiting room. I'm so sorry you're having trouble.
Ms. Mayhorn, take your mute off, ma'am.
Okay, it's fine. Let's go to Chloe Wilkinson.
All right. Back to the panel. Try again here. We're going to, did you say Chloe?
Yes.
Let's try Chloe Wilkinson. Ms. Wilkinson, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you. If you would just please state your name for the record and if you're representing any organization, and welcome.
Absolutely. My name is Chloe Wilkinson. I am the secretary for Texas Young Democrats. And I am just here today to speak on behalf of redistricting because I think it will disproportionately affect young people. As we know, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, over 50% of these generations identify as an ethnic or racial minority. We do know that the DOJ has asked to target 4 majority minority districts, 3 where they are represented by a Black member of Congress and 1 where they are represented by a Latino member of Congress. It is very important for us as TYD members that these districts where young people's voices are especially well heard are not taken away from them. We already know that disenfranchisement among young people is a core problem in Texas politics. We know that turnout is especially low among young people in a state where a majority of our voting population does not vote already. So once again, we're asking you not to redistrict at all. And if you are going to redistrict, to not target any districts that are already majority minority districts, because these are where young people's voices are especially vulnerable to these sort of redistricting efforts. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Hearing none, thank you for being here today. Chair calls Jackie Mayhorn. Let's try Ms. Mayhorn again. At this point, Ms. Mayhorn, please unmute.
I'm here.
Hey, that's great. Thank you. So I'm so sorry you've had trouble with this, but we're glad you're here. And if you would, just for the record, state your name and if you're representing any organization, and then proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jackie Mayhorn, representing myself. There's a lot of organizations I wish I could speak for, but we'll talk later. But I've had a hard time trying to get into the Senate hearing. And then also in Houston, I mean, are y'all considering I'm totally disabled? My husband's disabled. And we were supposed to be able to not just do the hearing in person, but also online. I had signed up for everything. But anyway, I just have a little time. I'm Jackie Mayhorn, a non-white community leader from Texas, Senate District 18. Senate District 6 and 13, Congressional District 18, where I fought for our neighborhoods through floods and voter drives. I'm here today to denounce this unconscionable mid-decade redistricting, a shameful scheme driven by the White House led by a convicted felon, throwing a tantrum to silence Black, Latinos, Asian, Indigenous voices, and also disabled voices like mine. In 2021, Texas ignored that 95% of our 4 million new residents were non-white, with Latinos warranting 2 new districts. Instead, you added 3 majority white districts, prioritizing white voters in a state where 60% of us aren't white. Now in 2025, a flimsy DOJ letter contradicting Texas's claim of race-blind maps is a pretext to rig maps for partisans' gain, splitting Congressional District 18 to dilute our voices. As a mother, I fear for our children's future. These maps tell my kids that race makes their voices worthless. Our diverse communities have united for justice, yet this redistricting erases us, implying only white Texans count. Elected officials, are you so easily swayed by this White House pressure that you betray our trust? We voted for you and stand with integrity, not to enable a childish power grab. I demand you reject the discriminatory farce and hold transparent hearings to draw maps that honor Texas's diversity. Our children deserve a democracy where every voice matters, not one manipulated for control. Thank you. Honor our trust and fight for Texas's future. Thank you, Jackie Mayhorn.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here today. Members, any questions? Senator Miles.
Ms. Mayhorn, this is your State Senator Boris Miles. I want to thank you for your tenacity today and last week. I'm sorry you couldn't get into the University of Houston. I also want to thank you for always keeping it plain and telling it like it is and being a community leader. I often say you can be a community leader without a title. And if you're not one of those people, I don't know who is. Thank you for all that you do for the community. Thank you for testifying. Hope your health gets better as well as your husband's. I look forward to seeing you when I get home. We're going to keep our faith and we're going to keep our fight. And together we'll win, Ms. Mayhorn. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Mayhorn. May I ask why you were not able to attend on Saturday in Houston? Was it not set up where someone with disabilities could attend, or was it just too big of a crowd?
No, not too big of a crowd. I signed up virtually, first of all, and then I was told that you had to be there in person. So my husband has brain cancer, and I have to make sure that somebody's here with him at all times. And everything just didn't work out. But, I had prepared. I've been talking to my state reps, State Representative Thompson, everybody just to try to prepare to make sure our voices are heard. But I'm disabled, but there's nothing wrong with my mind. I'm going to talk, and we're not going to go away in the middle of the night because somebody's trying to do this for us. I want to speak up for the disabled people. No, I couldn't get there. My husband, he can't walk. And I've been sick for 3 years, but I had to say something.
Well, we're glad you're here.
I have to say something because I cannot just be silent. I go vote. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. And this is ridiculous.
Well, we're very thankful that you were able to be here today. And brain cancer is a terrible thing, and I know that's a lot to deal with. And with that, thank you again for being here.
Ms. Mayhorn, keep your faith, keep your faith, keep your faith. Okay?
Thank you, ma'am. Chair calls, Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Mayhorn, thank you for joining us, for your passion, and for all that you do in the community. Senator Miles, she's not my constituent, but I kind of feel like she is because she often texts me. In fact, she texted me this morning, and I did respond. So you have a lot of friends out there that are rooting for you, Ms. Mayhorn. Thank you for taking the time.
But I live in your Senate district.
You just claimed her.
But the community center, Lunch Point CDC, where my husband runs, and we've been feeding people since 2017 for Harvey. trying to get housing, just everything. That's in Senate District 13. So we got
we share.
Tanya Thompson as our state rep. Then we got Armando Wally. Then we have Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Ellis. So I'm like, I try to hold everybody accountable.
Thank you.
Because I live.
We're glad to all share you. Yes, we're glad to all share you.
Yes, you got me. All y'all got me. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Grace Dong.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we certainly can. Please tell us your name and if you're representing any organization, and please try to hold your testimony to 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Grace Dong, and I'm here representing myself today. I am a rising senior from Jordan High School in Katy, and I'm represented by the United States Congressional District 22. I'm here as a student and future voter who is concerned by the priorities of our legislature during the special session. Just a few years ago, Republicans responded to accusations of racial gerrymandering from minority voters by asserting that the maps of 2021 were created race-blind and that there was no need for redraws. Now, when accusations come from the DOJ with redistricting likely to crack districts with heavy minority populations, Texas Republicans have suddenly decided that there are in fact issues with racial representation in current maps, with Governor Abbott himself acknowledging the potential that districts were actually drawn on strict racial lines. Looking at the majority-minority districts targeted by the DOJ, the issue of racial discrimination in voting seems to only become an issue when Black and brown voters hold legislative power. Furthermore, the goal of redistricting, as noted by President Trump, to pick up 5 seats for Republicans would skew accurate representation in Congress. If this happens, Texas Republicans would make up around 80% of the total Texas delegation, despite the fact that nearly half of Texan voters, at 42%, voted Democrat in the 2024 presidential race. Regardless of your personal party alignments, going through with the partisan redistricting would create a Congress that doesn't fairly represent the wants of all Texans. Ultimately, I wish for the Texas legislature to focus on supporting Texans instead of partisan concerns. In the wake of historic flooding in Hill County, I believe that this special session as a whole should focus on providing flood relief and support for future infrastructure projects. And if nothing else, I urge for the pressing needs of Texans to be brought to the table before redistricting is to ensure the swift passage and signage of flood relief legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, members. Any questions? Hearing none, Chair calls Diane Lyles. Ms. Lyles, if you'll just unmute.
Hello?
There you are.
Can you hear me?
We certainly can. If you'd please just tell us your name, and if you're representing any organization, please let us know that for the record as well.
My name is Diane Lyles, and I'm currently not representing any organization, although I do work with several organizations in the community. I'm a deputy voter registrar, and I register constituents all over most of the congressional districts that we're addressing today. And I've worked with constituents and signed up constituents to register to vote in many of these areas. And as we know, we have a strong legacy of many people in Senate District 18, Congressional District 18, which was the former Sheila Jackson Lee, which I worked closely with as well. These are rich communities of people. And right now, what's happening is that this government, this administration, from the federal administration as well as the Texas administration, is permanently trying to silence the voices of over 800,000 people in these districts, Black and brown people to be specific, packing them into new districts which does not represent them, does not care about their well-being as Black and brown citizens. You're moving people out of the areas where they are used to having a voice and representing and having representation to meet their needs, robbing them of the opportunities to thrive in their communities. Republicans claim to be Christians, but this behavior and all the recent behavior of this administration in Washington, D.C., and the Texas government does not show the character of being a Christian when you rob poor people to give to the rich oligarchs. It's not Christ-like. It's voter suppression, and we want it to stop. It's not unfair and unconstitutional and illegal. And I was gerrymandered out into the new district of Congressional District 38 back in 2021. And this district does not represent my ethnic background at all. It's all Republican. And again, that's what's trying to be done with the 4 districts that are being gerrymandered, are attempting to be gerrymandered this time. They're going to be all pushed into Republican congressional representation, which we know does not represent the majority of Black and brown people and constituents. Please do not do this. It's not fair, it's unconstitutional, and it's voter suppression. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here, ma'am. Chair calls Nilafar Hafizi.
Hello, good evening, Sir Chairman and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Nilafar Hafizi, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and Engage Action, a C4 organization committed to building civic power and strengthening our pluralistic democracy. I was born and raised in Houston, and I'm currently a Fort Bend County voter in Congressional District 22, one of the districts that has been gerrymandered to include different parts of different counties that don't hold together communities of interest. I'm here to ask this committee to not consider redistricting at this mid-year point. This committee has some members who were voting on maps in 2021 and 2023 when our current maps were affirmed. At that time, everyone knew that 95% of Texas population growth was driven by people of color, growth that had us increase our congressional representation by 2 seats. At that time, everyone knew that the current maps that the DOJ letter was about failed to adequately represent communities of color. Because at that time, maps that could have done a better job representing Texas overall were offered and rejected by both the House and Senate committees considering congressional districts at the time. At this point, no new census data or any other reason to consider new maps is available. Instead, redrawing the maps now is going to be an expensive process that will disrupt how our elections work next year and create voter confusion. Currently, redrawing the maps means also adjusting voting precincts in the congressional districts that will be affected, thus pushing many voters into new voter precincts if this process goes through. And we don't have an estimate of how much this will cost overall because we don't have any maps to look at right now as these hearings are being conducted. While I appreciate the opportunity for the public to come and offer their opinion, especially since I was also one of the members of the public there on Saturday who didn't get a chance to speak, I would rather that this process not be necessary at all. Before it is too late, I urge this committee to not go through with redrawing maps, and if you will, ask that the process be open and transparent and give the public time to consider what maps are actually being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm sorry you were not able to testify in person on Saturday in Houston, but we're so glad you're here. Members, any questions? Thank you again for your testimony. I'm going to go ahead and call the next panel, and then I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Creighton for a few minutes. Michaela Williams, George Patron, Savant Moore, Mary Harrington, Brianna Ashworth. Michaela Williams, George Patron, Savant Moore, Mary Harrington, and Brianna Ashworth. Ashworth. Michaela Williams.
Okay, the chair's intention is to begin with Michaela Williams. Savant Moore. Please unmute and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Savant Moore. I represent myself today. I'm speaking on behalf of every working man in Texas. I'm out here working to provide for my family. I am pulled over safely, hazard lights on, but I can't forget about my Texas family. I have to speak on this issue. Let me be clear about the role of the Texas Senate. You are not just lawmakers, you are gatekeepers. You pass the state budget, approve new laws, confirm appointments, and redraw the maps to decide who gets represented and who gets erased. And right now, the people in House District 142, Senate 13, and Congressional District 18 are watching to see if the Senate will protect us or push us aside. I thank God for Senator Boris Miles, who has always stood up for our community. He has a proven resume of fighting for us. We can depend on him. My prayer is that his colleagues, regardless of party, will join him and say not now to withdrawing maps that weaken our voice. Instead of dividing us, let's unite around the real issues facing Texas families. Disaster management, flood mitigation, increase Texas public education funding by $1,300. That's what the people need. That's what the people elected you to do. Chairman, you and I are both fathers. We are both Christians. Will you make Texas a place where both our children could thrive, or only yours? I hope the answer is both. Leave CD 18, CD 9, CD 29, and CD 33 alone at this time. And to my Republican friends, I hope you know this truth. If you move one voter from one congressional district, you affect every single district in Texas. That is a point of reference for those who understand Robert's rules, as his body does. When you shift one piece, the whole structure moves. That's not strategy, that's instability, and Texans deserve better. Do not let political games, racist games destroy decades of progress. Protect our legacy, protect our power, and most importantly, protect our right to choose leaders who actually look like us, live among us, and fight for us. Because if you choose silence, the history will remember that too. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Miles.
Thank you. Brother Moore, let me thank you for taking time off your business to call in and keep it plain. I appreciate those kind words that you gave me. But you're on the path, my brother. You're on the path to be a leader in your community. You don't have a title yet, but yours is to come. Just keep the hard work, keep the faith, keep the fight, and keep what's important in front of you, which is our people, and serving the people that you are going to represent at some point in time. I want you to get off when you get off for work today, I want you to call about 10 people in your generation and tell them how serious this is, brother, and hip them to what's going on, okay? In the meantime, you keep your faith, keep your fight, and thanks for calling in, and thank you for those kind words.
Yes, sir.
Members, any other questions? Okay, we'll proceed back to Michaela Williams. If you can unmute and proceed with your testimony, please.
Hi, my name is Michaela Williams. I am representing Datum Creo, a youth-led organization that combines politics and media, critical evidence, and sort of side of the situation. So I'll be having a more emotional appeal. Texas, a state that has prided itself on its rugged individualism, now turns itself into a slave for the Trump machine. This isn't merely about redistricting. We are witnessing the deliberate dismantling of democracy, not in the name of the people, but instead in fear of them, in fear that Texas will turn blue, in fear that we will hold the Republican Party accountable for stripping away health care from the poor and from the starvation of opposed amongst its citizens by getting rid of things like food stamps. All the means made by this party to keep its citizens weak of the state and by extension the citizens of this country. Because people who are emaciated, people who have death knocking on their front door because they cannot afford adequate health care, are people who cannot rise up. Also, I find it ironic that this party of Christian values bends willingly to a false god that stands in the White House. Also, the fact that it ignores Isaiah chapter 10, verse 1, which is woe to those who make unjust laws and to those who issue oppressive decrees. And the woe will be to you if you were to go through. with this action. Because God is no fool. History has no blind witness. It has not been kind to cowards. It has not been kind to the greedy. And most importantly, it has not been kind to racists. However, this issue extends beyond party lines. Instead, it is about the soul of our nations and the parameters of the Constitution. Because there is no sudden leap into fascism. There's one step and then there is another. And if we were to gerrymander these 4 districts that we are talking about here today, it would be one giant leap. You will not, if you go through this, you will not be remembered as heroes. Instead, you will be remembered as the ones who sold your soul for a seat and traded your people for maps. So, all in all, in conclusion, may God have mercy on your soul, because the people will not, and history won't either. Thank you very much.
Appreciate your testimony. Members' questions. Senator Miles.
Michaela, how old are you?
I'm 17 years old. I'm a rising senior.
You're 17? You say 17?
Yes, sir.
And where do you go to school?
Yes, sir. I'm 18 years old. I go to school in Waller, Texas. That's District 18.
Senate District 8, Congressional District 18?
Yes. I'm represented by Senator Lewis Colhurst.
Okay. Well, you should call Lois and tell her exactly how you feel. Okay? And I want to thank you for calling in today and giving us your view on this. And you were exactly right. And you've got a bright future ahead of you. But I really think you should call Senator Colhurst and let her know how you feel about it, since you're up and coming in her district. Thank you very much. Keep the faith and keep the fight, love.
Thank you, sir.
Members, any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. George Patron, we'll go with you next. You may begin. Please unmute, sir.
Okay, I thought that the controller was going to unmute us. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
All right, thank you. I appeared on Friday, but I was cut off by the media problems, and I was not given time to reclaim my time. So I'm glad that I'm able to do that today. Again, I'm Colonel Retired Dr. George Patron. I was a pediatrician with the Army for 23 plus years. I live in San Antonio. I represent myself and my family members, my wife Pamela and my mother-in-law Donna. I had mentioned on Friday that I've been an independent voter all of my life. I vote for the best candidate, depending on the issues. I do not like to have to be cornered to be Democrat or Republican. I vote for the best. I have for a long time not been able to vote for any Republicans because the current Republicans do not share my values. And it's perhaps serendipitous that I was knocked off from giving my conclusion on Friday. So the point I wanted to make, and I really appreciate being able to hear all of my fellow citizens speak up, and in particular, there's a handful of Latino women who are Republicans who said they wanted it redistricted now because they were not happy with the Democrat representation they had. I just wanted to point out that I'm Anglo, along with Kevin Chance, who spoke earlier, and in what we call the white privilege group. I don't have any representation either here in San Antonio with the redistricting, which was gerrymandered. I don't believe it was race blind. I had Kevin Doggett and my family taken away from us. And since then, we have had none of our representatives ever answer our concerns, whether it be by emails, phone calls, or otherwise. So there are those of us who are also feel like we're being discriminated against. And I am with my Latino, African-American, Asian, and other minority folks to say, I'm with you. And I'm tired of not being heard. And so this redistricting should not happen unless it's done to get rid of gerrymandering. If you will speak up and stop gerrymandering, if the governor will tell the White House, we're not doing this. It's not necessary. It's not needed. And please, committee, you need to speak up and say, we're not considering this. End your day tomorrow and stop this process.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. At this time, we'll proceed with Mary Harrington. Please unmute, and you may begin your testimony, Ms. Harrington.
Can you hear me?
Very well, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay. Osio, shalom, and hello. My name is Mary Carol Harrington. I'm age 66 plus. I am First Nation and American Israeli, a proud owner of a Grimes County, Texas cattle ranch. Leap of faith. I'm not in your top 1%. I'm what's called well-educated and land poor. We are here to tell you no, to tell Donald Trump no. We just completed an El Paso trial in which GOP state reps testified the maps were race blind, yet the DOJ is introducing and interjecting race as a legal argument to justify targeting 4 districts, which is illegal. Race is not a legal argument. It was race blind, if we are to believe what the GOP said. Stop the gerrymandering now. Be the proud, independent Texans I know each of you can be. I debated whether I should say this, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm a straightforward, plain-talking person. Grow some huevos with specie chorizo and tell Trump no. I am willing to be lead plaintiff in a class action suit against Trump and Abbott's redistricting at the risk of being, once again, disappeared. Not a threat, but a promise. Tell Trump no. Tell D.C. Texas handles its own business. Say no. And for God's sakes, hold the special election for Turner's seat, which you deliberately have not done. Again, tell Trump no, and that we redraw after the next decennial census. And let those be fair, not gerrymandered. Am I happy with the present maps? No. Were they gerrymandered? Oh, heck yeah. I have had the privilege of working for non-profits, Houston Chronicle, been an investigative reporter, retired several times, retired PIO, City of Houston, written legislation for 2 different states. I pay attention to what's said and what's not said. Honorable Alvarado, you want to look at TOUHY regs for the subpoena of federal documents and testimony. Again, TOUHY regs.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? At this time, the chair will call Brianna Ashworth. And Ms. Ashworth, if you'll unmute, it looks like you already have, and you may proceed.
Yes.
We can hear you just fine.
Hi, my name is Brianna Ashworth, and I am representing myself. I would like to thank the committee for giving me this opportunity to speak. As a 24-year-old Texan living in the outskirts of Houston, I was raised to be proud of our state. Texans look after each other. Since getting into politics, I've realized that's not true. It is the power-hungry politicians versus us. I can list 100 reasons why you shouldn't redistrict us again, but I won't waste my time. I can sit here and tell you how our state would be nothing without minorities, but why waste your time again and talk about why we are actually doing this? It's for power. You didn't call us here over a DOJ letter that looks like a 5th grader wrote it. You're afraid to lose your empire. You were scared of what Trump will do if you fail. You do not stand for Texans, nor do you speak for us. You silence our voices because it's easier to cheat and gerrymander than it is to play fair. I'm a part of District 22 of Fort Bend County and was not one of the redistricts highlighted, but I have been redistricted, and now I'm in the same zone as people 2 hours away from me. We cannot hold town hall meetings because of this, and because my representative, Troy Nels, refuses to do a town hall meeting since he's been in Congress in 2021. I cannot speak for the Houston districts because I do not overpower voices of minorities, but I can tell you what amazing community they are. Our great city of Houston always looks after for each other. H-Town till I drowned is our saying when Harvey flooded us. When the state froze over and our senator abandoned us, it was our community that persevered. Every time we get a natural disaster, we hear the same thing over and over again. And here we are, another disaster fled, and we are wasting our time on redistricting instead of helping flood victims. I'm not here to try to convince you to vote in favor of Texans. I'm here to warn you that we are watching, and we are tired of being silenced. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? If not, then the chair will call at this time Stephanie Wilkins. We're going to proceed with several more on this panel. In addition to Stephanie Wilkins, the chair calls Tim Dowling, Patricia Garris, Charlene Schaefer, Andrew Forsyth. And we'll begin with Stephanie Wilkins. Mr. Dowling, we'll go ahead and call you for your testimony if you'll unmute, and Ms. Wilkins, you'll be next after Mr. Dowling.
Okay, I'm ready whenever you are.
Mr. Dowling, can you unmute for us, please? There you go.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you now.
All right. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Tim Dowling. I'm testifying on my own behalf. Before retirement, I practiced law in Texas for 42 years. Testified at least 7 times in 2021 before the legislature about redistricting. You blew it then when you were required to act. Don't blow it now when you are not required to act. Why are the majority of Americans so deeply cynical about politics? This redistricting is a stunt. It is nothing more than an over-the-top grab for more power. Democracy be damned. Is a despicable illustration of why they are. Leave the lines alone. Let the courts do their job and tell you if the current lines were legal or not. Only if they are illegal should you change them. After all, you told everyone that the lines were drawn race blind. Reject the DOJ's claim that you lied. Redistricting now will start an arms race. Blue and red state line redrawing will cancel out. It will all be a colossal waste of time in Texas and across the country. Please follow President Lincoln's advice and listen to the better angels of your nature and reject the illegal and immoral demand of the current president, who called our valiant veterans losers and suckers, pardon people who violently attacked police officers defending our democracy, and who wished well Epstein's recruiter after she was indicted. And a president whose among his most famous words, unfortunately, were not something noble and uplifting like Lincoln's, but instead, you can grab him by the pussy. Very sad. That is the kind of man who is demanding that you redistrict Texas mid-decade. Exercise the fierce independence Texas is so proudly known for. Have the moral courage to reject his radical demand that you subserviently debase yourselves for him by mid-district redistricting. Redistricting now would be an illegal and immoral waste of time. Don't redistrict unless the courts tell you you must. There is no need to do what he is selfishly demanding that you do. Don't do it. Please also consider my written comments that explain why the DOJ's letter is very plainly legally meritless, so it cannot be used as a fig leaf to justify radical mid-decade redistricting. Thank you for your time and for permitting virtual testimony.
Members, any questions? Ms. Wilkins, if you'll proceed. Stephanie Wilkins.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Reverend Dr. Stephanie Wilkins. I work with a lot of different groups and organizations throughout the committee, but I am representing myself. I am a member of District 18, and I want to thank also those who have spoken before me. I really could just say ditto, but I just want to make sure that my voice is a matter of public record. So I have witnessed something. I was also there, Houston, at the U of H, and I witnessed something I have prayed for, and that was unity. That was unity in our understanding that this should not even be occurring, that we should not even be having these meetings and these hearings because there's no map. We see very clearly that this is stacking of the deck. This is fixing the fight, and it is based on desperation, and it is born of fear. It is born of greed, and it is born of racism. I am a person of faith, so I do want to share something that I live by, which is Micah 6:8. He has told you, O mortal, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God. And there is nothing just about it. This is unjust. It is unjust. It is based again on fear. So I am asking the committee to please speak truth to power. You are elected officials. You put your hand on that Bible and you swore that you would uphold the laws of the state and the Constitution. So help you God. So asking you to do just that. See and serve all the people. One thing that occurred also during that hearing, I got frustrated when I realized that we were convening for no reason. That there was a lot of time, energy, effort, probably money, everything spent. And people are still saying, don't do this. Please, please, please do what you were elected to do. Do not bow down to your governor or your president. You have to see all the people and serve all of the people.
Thank you for your testimony very much. Members, any questions? Okay, we'll proceed with Charlene Schaefer.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlene Schaefer. I live in Cypress, Congressional District 38. I'm testifying for myself. Congressional District 38 is one of the new majority white districts created during the 2021 redistricting, despite the census data showing that the population growth has primarily been people of color. The census reports that whites are 45% of the population, but control 70% of the congressional districts. It should not be a surprise that the current maps are still being reviewed by a federal court. All the districts targeted for redistricting are majority people of color districts. Texas has intentionally discriminated against voters of color for the past 50 years. This bogus redistricting attempt piles discrimination on top of discrimination. Texas has a multitude of problems that require legislative focus. The main one for this session is the devastating flood and the multitude of deaths that happened along the Guadalupe River. Lawmakers have continuously ignored this area. HEB managed to get to the flood-torn area a full 3 days before FEMA showed up. We must not allow this to be swept under the carpet again by our leaders on the state and federal levels who continue to fail us. Instead of focusing on the problems of Texas, Greg Abbott and Donald Trump have decided it's time to redistrict Texas in an attempt to maintain and increase power for an incompetent administration. An administration who not only was slow to respond to the devastating flood in the Guadalupe, but they're using federal funds to build detention centers for migrants with the hurricane season just beginning. What has happened to the Texas spirit of independence? Where are the people who demand states' rights? And where are these proposed maps? This is another blatant attempt to silence more voters, especially people of color. Texas must solve our state's problems rather than silencing the voters of Texas to satisfy Washington, D.C. The legislature needs to refuse to conduct redistricting mid-decade and concentrate on the issues that matter to Texans. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you very much. We'll proceed with Patricia Garris. Ms. Garris, you may begin. Just tell us your name and if you represent any organizations other than yourself, and we appreciate your testimony today.
My name is Patricia Garris, and I represent myself. The year is 2040. 5 of Texas's largest employers have departed the state. Chevron moved to its California headquarters, and the NRG consolidated back to New Jersey. Tesla went bankrupt, leaving over 10,000 Texans without jobs and Austin home values in free fall. No one would buy the toxic product. Public school funding is starved, and employers conduct expensive remedial training for new hires. Job creation is at its lowest since 2019. Loan repayment schedules and the Republican decision to increase tuition for undocumented students produce fewer college graduates every year. Texas is known as a talent wasteland. The medical center moved to Minnesota, although 35% of Texans are uninsured. After the government declared research frivolous and healthcare optional, the University of Texas Medical School closed. No one is applying. More employees won't move to Texas, fearing their wives or partners will die during pregnancy or childbirth, or that their children will suffer an uncontrolled infectious disease. The population has declined to 29 million after 35 years of Republican rule. With 10% homeowner insurance deductibles, carriers moving out of the state, and the FAIR Plan insolvent, home ownership has declined. In 2030, Hurricane Wesley destroyed NASA headquarters, most of the crops, left 11 million Texans without power, and over 3,000 dead. There were limited and late weather-serving warnings. The state faces $725 billion in damages without federal grants or loans to help. With FEMA eliminated, Texans foraged for food and water, with resources delayed or denied. It's reminiscent of Gaza in 2025. Looking back, the Republicans' hunger for power didn't know when to stop. Their insatiable appetite devoured the future of every Texan.
Thank you.
Not just the ignored and unrepresented
Thank you for your testimony. We'll have to stay on time, Ms.
but their
Garris. But
voters
with
too.
your testimony
Thank you.
wrapped up, the chair will recognize Senator Miles with a question.
Ms. Garris, I want to thank you for always keeping it plain and telling it like it is. I want to thank you for calling in today and testifying here today. And I want to thank you for all that you've ever done for me in my life. Thank you, Ms. Garris. Thank you. Together we'll keep the faith and keep the fight.
Yes, indeed. And thank you, Senator Miles.
Okay, members, with no further questions, the chair will take the opportunity to make an announcement. We have about 20 people left in the waiting room, members. For those of you in the waiting room and those of you also watching on the live stream, if you are registered to testify, this would be the time to log into Zoom and to be ready to be called by the chair to testify soon, so that your voice is heard and your testimony is registered in the committee record. We'll now call a new panel, and the chair will begin with Susana Carranza, Jesus Zamora, Rosa Hopkins, Erica Lee Carter, Hayden Cohen. So we'll begin with Jesus Zamora. Please unmute, and if you will begin your testimony, Mr. Zamora.
Hello, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jesus Zamora, and I'm representing Mi Familia Vota as the field director. I'm a lifelong resident of Houston and a proud young Latino. I'm here because I care deeply about the future of my community. I grew up in Southwest Houston, Alief, which has over 80 languages that are spoken, from Mandarin, Arabic, Vietnamese, and Spanish. We have the Alief Neighborhood Center, where the community comes together to address specific issues or goals. Alief ISD ranks among the most ethnically and linguistically diverse districts in Texas. The issues that my community faces are unique to them. That's why fair representation matters, because when communities like this are split up or packed into a single district, their voices are diluted and the issues they care about are easier to ignore. That's why I'm concerned about any effort to redraw district lines before the official census timeline is complete. We are in the middle of hurricane season here in Texas, and we should be focused on flood prevention. Houston is one of the most diverse cities in the country, and Latinos make up a significant growing part of its population. Premature redistricting puts us at a risk of being divided, our neighborhoods carved up in ways that make it harder for us to be heard through our vote and hold our elected officials accountable. Redistricting is supposed to be based on accurate and complete data, not at the demand of Donald Trump. It's the foundation for a fair and free democracy for any voter from any party when it's done early, because we have the full picture of our population growth and the demographic shifts. It risks silencing the very communities that have been systematically ignored and underrepresented historically. When our democracy is manipulated for the sake of power hungry, every Texan loses today and in the future. But we do matter. We're not just the future of Texas, we're the present. Honor our democracy and the values of freedom and fairness. Our future is on the line. Stand against this rigged process today to ensure Texans have a democracy tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your testimony, members. Any questions? Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say appreciate all the work that Mi Familia does in our community. Keep staying engaged and involved. Thank you.
Members, with no further questions, we'll move to Susanna Carranza. Please unmute and begin your testimony.
Hi, my name is Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm representing myself, and I live in Congressional District 37, Texas Senate District 2014, and I oppose the current attempt to redistrict Texas mid-census. I said this during my testimony at the House, but it bears repeating. Of the 18 items in the special session agenda, you chose to prioritize a topic that does not help Texas at all. What Texans need right now is legislation focused on disaster relief and prevention. It really adds insult to injury that the call came as an imposition from the White House and the DOJ as an attempt to further disenfranchise communities of color. This is a blatant attack on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. If you're so determined to talk about redistricting, I urge you to leave our current maps alone, but focus on improving the process ahead of the 2030 census. For instance, you could advance SJR 3, the Senate Joint Resolution that proposes an amendment to establish an independent redistricting commission. You know what kind of map that might be useful for Texans right now? We could really use an updated flood map and strong rules to stop developing in flood zones, or a map of areas that need warning systems for disasters like sirens. But I digress. What matters most is that virtually nobody in Texas, nobody, wants redistricting right now. And you are proceeding with that anyway when you could easily have chosen not to. Why? It is not acceptable that we have not even seen your proposed maps. It's unacceptable that the districts called by DOJ are minority districts that you break up, racial gerrymandering, and it's not acceptable that that House District 18 is a target while it's not even being represented.
Thank you for your
stop this.
testimony, Dr. Carranza. Members, any questions? With no questions, we'll proceed with Ms. Erica Lee Carter. Congresswoman, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to this committee, Chair in his absence, Vice Chair, especially to my Senator, Boris Miles, SD 13, and Senator Alvarado, SD 6 from Harris County. I'm here on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Lee family and on behalf of my former constituents of the 18th Congressional District. There is something missing from this fight, and unfortunately it is my mother, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, who served almost 29 years. And every time there was redistricting, she stood up, spoke out to ensure that the voices of the 18th Congressional District and her constituents, their voices were heard, that they could retain the right to elect a member of their choice, that the lines would comply with the Voting Rights Act as it stood at the time. She raised money. She participated in many lawsuits that would go on for years out of her funds that she could secure and convene to speak up for those who couldn't secure funds and attorneys to ensure that these lines reflected the rich diversity of her district, the values of her district, and those across this great state. And she did it year after year. So I speak on behalf of my father, Dr. Owen Lee, who fought side by side with her for those same values, for justice, freedom, opportunity, and equality, which is what the people of Texas want. I took Texas history, and what we learned the most is Texas is about freedom. It is about our own rights without interference from outsiders, which included former Six Flags that flew, that we so proudly say we got rid of most of them except our own state flag, and includes being here without interference from Washington. I would hear that time and time again from our state leaders and some of you in this body. And now what I see is a clear example of yielding to outsiders who want to tell you all what to do during this special session. I think it's untenable and unacceptable. And so as I close with three numbers. The first is 22. 22 years ago in 2003, some valiant senators fled and broke quorum. My mother's district was again up for discussion, seemingly one of the favorite districts to try to draw and regroup on the lines. And they were standing up for people who cannot stand up for themselves. And I thank them. And I hope that we don't get to this point. I hope that this is disregarded and thrown out, because I've seen no map. I would love to comment on a map, but I've seen no clear map for this hearing today. Then 4 years ago was the launch of my mother's last redistricting fight, when you threw her in with Congressman Al Green unnecessarily, clearly at a point to target Black members of Congress, pitting them within the same district, intentionally cutting out my mother's home, where I grew up, from her own district. It is cruel to do this to the voters, to confuse and to cause chaos, to disrupt and to deter. There are parents mourning the loss of their children by the Guadalupe River. There are families that lost parents and grandparents, and yet we have to sit here and discuss simple lines on a map that we have not seen because of some voice from Washington. And lastly, I end with the number that means the most to my family is 18, the 18th district, that started with Barbara Jordan, who came out of your body. Mickey Leland, who also came out of your body. Craig Washington, who also came out of your body. And I would think in honor of them and what they have given to our state, we should and could do better as Texans. And so that's all I ask, that we, including you, these great senators today, do better for Texas. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Miles with a question.
Congresswoman Lee Carter, let me thank you for your testimony today. And I simply have one question. One simple question. I don't think anybody would know better to answer this question. If your mom were alive today, what would she think of the process and this whole rig districting process ordered by the President of the United States?
You would think, as a member of the Judiciary Committee, a shameful day for democracy, for our Constitution, for our rule of law. It is already said every 10 years. You have already done it. Those lines have already been voted. There are members that have been elected. And this mid-census redrawing is unnecessary and out of order. And she used to always get called out of order for speaking past, but she was always speaking for her constituents and her voters and her people. So thank you.
I thank you. And you would make your mom very proud. Thank you. Keep the faith, keep the fight.
Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congresswoman, I'm glad that you are here representing folks in the 18th Congressional District, because they have had no voice and no vote in Washington. And that's something else that infuriates many of us. So your testimony today in this process, certainly lifting the voices of the historical 18th Congressional District. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, but I'm so proud of them for showing up on this virtual and in person. They'll be heard one way or the other.
Members, any other questions? Thank you very much for your testimony today. The chair will call Rosa Hopkins.
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, if you would please unmute. Could you try speaking? You're still muted. Ms. Hopkins, we'll come back to you in just a minute.
I got it.
Okay, great.
Okay, my name's Rosa Hopkins, and I'm in U.S. Congressional District 25. Donald Trump, who has been found liable for sexual abuse and is a convicted felon, remember that, has directed Texas Governor Abbott to complete a mid-decade redistricting in order to add 5 more seats to the U.S. Congress in the 5th county. Some likely calling are that he knows the House would have flipped due to the failing poll executive order.
Ms. Hopkins, if I may, I know you're in your car.
Hello?
And I know you're in your car, and we're delighted you're here.
Yes.
But since you're on a phone, if you'll turn off the video, I think your voice is cutting out a little bit. We want to make sure we hear everything. And I think that'll open up some bandwidth for you if you turn off the video. There you go. Although I wanted to make sure, were you actually driving or are you riding?
I'm riding. I wouldn't be driving, please.
Just checking. Go ahead. Let's let you start over.
Okay, some likely reasons Trump is calling for redistricting are that he knows the House would otherwise flip due to the failing poll numbers, litigated executive orders, Republican passage of the Transfer of Wealth from the Poor to the Rich Billionaires Act, and cruel and failing policies. Cruel policies include the opening of detention centers that I call concentration camps that are treating immigrants that have been hunted by ICE and treated as subhuman, often without constitutional due process protections. Trump is also currently in trouble with voters due to promising them that he would release the Epstein files and then claiming there are no Epstein files to release, and then contradicting himself by stating that the Democrats added fake information to the Epstein files that he says don't exist. Additionally, Trump has downplayed his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, claiming he was not a fan and that they had a falling out years ago. Despite this, evidence suggests Trump was close friends with Epstein for many years, before Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of child prostitution. These failures have resulted in Trump, along with Republicans, being afraid to lose the House. The current Republican Congress has ceded much of its power to convicted felon and has failed to convicted felon Trump and has failed to check executive powers. Trump is afraid that a Democratic Congress will fulfill its constitutional duty of checking executive powers through its oversight authority. Currently, there are redistricting cases pending in court in which Republicans claim race was not a factor in creating the districts after the 2020 census. In contradiction, Trump's Department of Justice is claiming that districts are racially gerrymandered as an excuse to further his demand for redistricting. Republicans are expediting 30 days only, Trump's uncalled for redistricting directive in an emergency legislative session, when they should be focused on measures for limiting the loss of life due to disasters such as the recent floods, where many children perished unnecessarily. The Texas House and Senate redistricting commissions are holding hearings without having maps visible for the public.
Ma'am, I'll have to stop you there. Your time's up, but thank you for being here. Members, any questions? Chair calls Hayden Cohen.
Alrighty. Good evening, members.
Good evening.
My name is Hayden. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Sure can. Please proceed.
Cool. My name is Hayden. I'm speaking on behalf of students engaged in advancing Texas. I'm a 21-year-old student in Congressional District 7, and I urge you to not redistrict mid-century. There's no new census data to guide how we should be drawing boundary lines, so literally no reason why we should be having this conversation. Despite the declaration, you as a committee have the power to stop this. You can just not move forward any map that's proposed. That is your ability in the body, so please stand up for us. An overwhelming majority of people who have testified in both the House and Senate have been against this redistricting. People in your Senate districts do not want this. We shouldn't have Democratic and Republican congressional districts. That's not democracy. If you're a Republican candidate who needs the lines redrawn to win your seat, do better as a candidate. Redrawing the lines to get rid of Democratic congressional seats is cheating the system because the Trump administration and the governor don't have faith that a Republican can win over constituents in that district. To be clear, these Democrats that you want to redrawn in the Republican districts will make it harder for Republican Congress elected officials to keep their seats. These Democrats aren't going anywhere. You can't just erase them. Voters should get to choose, not be chosen. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here. I'm going to call the next panel now. Rachel Hinojosa, Chelsea Lindquist, Marvelette Hunter, Michelle Ibrahimi, Arthur Fleming. Let me try that again. Rachel Hinojosa, Chelsea Lindquist, Marvelette Hunter, Michelle Ibrahimi, and Arthur Fleming.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michelle Ibrahimi. I am a nurse in District 9, testifying for myself in opposition to the legislature's ridiculous attempt to redistrict our congressional districts mid-census. I want to emphasize clearly that no one from Texas asked for this. So much for states' rights. This brazen move by the governor, the DOJ, and the president to increase Republican representation in the U.S. House by taking it away from communities of color is shameful. It is a blatant racial discrimination and a misplaced priority at a time when we should be focusing on flood relief efforts. It's giving desperation. We are barely 2 months into hurricane season, but you choose to prioritize saving your seats and stealing even more seats to silence voters on the orders of a low IQ convicted felon and failed businessman from New York City, of all places. This is proof that the ruling party does not care about protecting little girls, not from floodwaters, not from pedophiles. The only map we should be talking about right now is the treasure map that leads to the Epstein files. And the only way we will get to that is by voting out the pedophiles in government and those who continue to protect them. Manipulating maps to artificially distort political power undermines the principle of a representative government. The government should represent a fair cross-section of society, and partisan manipulation makes that impossible. Unless y'all want to be known as like the pedo party from now on. So go ahead and redraw your little maps based on old data. Why not draw 5 districts in the shape of the president's name, since he apparently owns Texas now and loves to put his name on everything? But beware the domino effect from other states, because while you're trying to steal 5 seats in Texas, you'll be lucky if your party can keep 5 seats total once California has their say. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Chair calls Chelsea Lindquist.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please proceed.
Hi, thanks so much for this opportunity to testify before you today. I am a resident of State District 13, represented by Senator Miles, and a Texas House District.
If you wouldn't mind, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just for our record, would you mind stating your name? And if you're representing any organization, please just let us know.
Of course, thank you. My name is Chelsea Lindquist. I am representing myself and my husband today. So I am a resident of Texas State District 13, represented by Senator Miles, and a Texas House District 131, represented by Representative Alma Allen. I'm a wife, a mother of 2 young boys, and a preschool teacher. I'm a 4th-generation Texan and a native Houstonian of nearly 41 years. My husband is a 5th-generation Houstonian, and we very strongly oppose any redistricting in and around our city, as well as anywhere in the great state of Texas, in a way that may favor the Republican Party. Every Texan, regardless of where they live, deserves to have their voice heard. It is the one job of our representatives to serve us. It is our right as citizens of this republic to elect officials who reflect our ideals, share our morals, and represent our ideologies. If the current representatives cannot align themselves with the needs and desires of the public for which they serve, then those elected officials need to remove themselves from the occupation of public service and not redraw district lines, making it so that the public cannot exercise their right to vote them out. We, the people, give them the power, not the other way around. If the Republicans choose to move forward with their plans to gerrymander districts who have likely already been gerrymandered, then they should prepare themselves for a fight. Residents of this state will not stand for this. It is unethical and it is un-American.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Miles.
Yeah. Ms. Lindquist, I want to thank you for testifying today and taking time out of your schedule to let your thoughts be heard. And like I've told everyone else, we're going to keep our faith and we're going to keep the fight. Thank you for showing up today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Marvelette Hunter.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marvelette Hunter. I'm a wife, a mother, and an entrepreneur, and a proud Texan running for the United States Congress in Texas's 38th district. I have spent my life in public service working for the city and the people who call this great state home. I had the honor of serving as the chief of staff to the late Congressman Sylvester Turner, and during his 2 terms as mayor for the city of Houston. I've sat in some rooms where the stakes were really high, where the pressure was real, and where decisions carried weight. And I've seen what it means to lead with integrity, to put people first, and to govern with a steady hand. And I've also seen what happens when that kind of leadership is replaced with gamesmanship and deflection. And so let's be honest about what this is. This redistricting effort is not about fairness. It's not about transparency. It's not about serving Texans. It's a political power grab rushed into motion while our communities are still trying to recover from tragedy. Texans are grieving right now. The floods in the Hill Country took lives, it washed away homes, and exposed how underprepared we are for a changing climate. And yet, in the face of that devastation, this administration didn't lead with compassion. It led with calculation. Instead of focusing on recovery, the governor buried flood relief under a redistricting scheme designed to shrink representation for communities of color and entrench power for those already holding it. That's not just disappointing, it's deliberate. And this is not a correction to a flawed map. This is an attempt to remove as many as 5 congressional seats currently held by Democrats, seats that reflect the voices of Black, Latino, and Asian Texans. Texas is a majority minority state, yet somehow 66% of our congressional seats are controlled by one party, not because that party earned those votes, but because they manipulated district lines to make sure they never had to. When disaster strikes again, and sadly it will, the same Texans whose votes were diluted will be the ones hit hardest and heard last. This isn't leadership, it's exploitation, and Texans deserve better. We are not powerless, we still have our voices, and we have our votes. The courts are watching, the country is watching, and so are the communities who know that their future is being debated behind closed doors. This is about more than politics. It's about people and principles. And there's only one question left. Will you stand up for the people of Texas, or will you take a knee to Donald Trump? Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Hearing none, chair calls Arthur Fleming. Mr. Fleming, if you would unmute. Mr. Fleming, we'll go ahead and call you back up later. I'm going to go ahead and call the next panel. Chair calls May Wynn, Christy King, Christiane Rushton, Janice Puskowski, and Munib Aslam. Try that again. May Wynn, Christy King, Christiane Rushton, Janice Puskowski, and Munib Aslam. Who's up? May Wynn, are you ready to go ahead and testify?
Hello, yes. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is May Wynn. I am testifying on behalf of myself. I live in U.S. House District 29. Thank you for the virtual opportunity to voice my concern as a Texan. I implore the state to not redraw nearly a handful of districts which are all held by Black or Latino legislators. This is a blatantly racist political maneuver to attempt to maintain Republican control of the U.S. House of Representatives ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. If anything, the population growth in Texas is due to communities of color. These communities should have more representation in elected officials, not less. The special session should be used to address the Hill Country flooding disaster and help the local community rebuild. Instead, the party that's been in control of the state for over 30 years is caving to pressure from the President of the United States, who is fearful his party will lose control of the House in the next midterm elections. The President is afraid that Americans will hold House members responsible for passing tax cuts for billionaires while cutting SNAP benefits, Medicaid, and Medicare. Redistricting already took place after the last census. Several Democratic seats in Houston were explicitly drawn to allow communities of color to elect a candidate of their preference by ensuring they constitute a majority in a congressional district in accordance with the Voting Rights Act. The current maps were voted on by Republicans in 2021. What has changed in the last 4 years that have made these maps illegal now? You all are accountable to Texans. State leadership has historically needed federal review of voting practices. Stop gerrymandering districts. Elected employees should not be able to pick their voters. Voters should be able to elect their representatives. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Hearing none, before I call the next witness, I want to say we have 10 people left in the Zoom waiting room. If you're watching the live stream and are registered to testify, please go ahead and log in to the Zoom. So if you are watching the live stream and are registered to testify, please go ahead and log in to the Zoom. With that, Chair calls Christy King.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to speak. Thank you all also for sitting on the dais to receive us in our comments.
And ma'am, before you start, so glad you're here, but would you, just for our records, please state your name, and if you're representing any organization, please let us know that as well.
Yes, sir. My name is Christy King. I am representing myself in my own individual capacity. I am not representing the organization.
Go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, sir. So, again, thank you for allowing us to speak today on the record against the reconsideration of maps that we have not seen, especially with proposals that would delay fair districting until 2037. I stand here because we need integrity, we need accountability, and I strongly oppose this redistricting effort during this legislative session. The lack of transparency surrounding the process is disingenuous and dangerous to our democracy. In Houston, there are few opportunities for voters to speak and even fewer chances for our communities to truly be heard. And that's not how democracy is supposed to work. And for generations, Black, Latino, and marginalized communities in Texas have seen their voices muted and taken for granted through currently these redistricting schemes that have divided our neighborhoods and stripped away power. Just from living and knowing about Reconstruction to Jim Crow, my grandparents and my parents, today's gerrymandering tactics, they deny us our constitutional right. So with Texas being the most diverse state in the nation, yet the maps we see and the ones still being drawn in secret, it does not honor that diversity. They're designed to keep power in the hands of a few while truly erasing the strength of the very people who built this state. So it is my hope that we do not stand quietly while our future, our schools, and our children's understanding of democracy are shaped by backroom deals. This is truly a call to action for each of you to be able to demand that transparency, that fairness, and maps that truly see and serve every community. Anything less than that is not democracy, it's disenfranchisement. And I hope that we will continue to fight it with everything we have. Please, no voice erased, no maps in secret. Texas belongs to all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here as well. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions?
Chairman.
Senator Miles.
Ms. King, I want to thank you for testifying today and keeping it plain and telling it like it is. You made it very clear and you spoke very well. And I want to thank you for testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Miles. God bless.
Thank you. Chair calls Christiane Rushton.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. If you would just state your name and let us know if you're representing any organization, and then please begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Christiane Rushton, and I represent myself. I'm a native Texan and resident of Houston for the last 18 years as an engineer. I strongly oppose redistricting efforts and ask the Texas Senate to focus on flood relief and infrastructure first, as should be the most priority of your activities. Prioritizing redistricting is an insult to the friends, family, and fellow community affected by this recent storm, which spread in impact over this entire state. Redistricting mid-census cycle is wrong and unconstitutional, as it is discrimination against all my fellow citizens that are minority populations. I live in Texas Senate District 15 and U.S. Congressional District 7 since 2021, and lived in Texas 146, 13, and U.S. 18 for 14 years prior. I am here in an attempt to represent those like-minded, but my testimony does nothing to equate to what is being said in the neighborhoods surrounding my home. The primary driver for these efforts is the request of President Trump to support his desire to change additional districts to Republican control and suppress the impact of the vote of many of my fellow Houstonians. Just a reminder, this request comes from an administration which failed to send FEMA search and rescue resources for approximately 72 hours after the flood. Texans are not the priority for them then, nor are they the priority now. Texans are your constituents. Selfish discrimination is their sole purpose, but that doesn't hurt only minority Texans. It hurts all Texans. The greatest technology innovations come from diversity of thought in the boardroom or lab, and I believe the greatest progress in society comes from similar differential perspectives being in a room together in the legislature. Texas has a strong history of not bowing to federal mandates. I ask you to stand up to the Justice Department and to stand up for all Texans by not discriminating against the minorities of this great state. These efforts hurt each and every Texan. Do not allow it to happen.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here tonight. Chair calls Janice Pokaowski.
Thank you. My name is Janice Piskowski, representing myself. I'm a citizen of the United States and have lived in Texas for over 60 years. I speak today as a concerned Texan advocating for fair representation. Much of what I have to say has already been said, but I want my protest to be on record. The proposed mid-decade redistricting plan currently under consideration is not about updating maps in response to population changes, which would have been addressed after the 2020 census had this body not then gerrymandered the maps to gain more seats at that time. This is rather a blatant attempt to gerrymander districts so that the number of Republican-held seats exceeds the actual number of Republican voters in Texas. Let's call it what it is, a political power grab disguised as a procedural necessity. And the process has been just as troubling as the plan itself. The decision to throw in redistricting legislation during this special session when flood disaster relief should be your main focus is manipulative. Texans deserve better than being used as pawns in a scheme to force Democrats to remain in session and lend legitimacy to this redistricting process. Flood preparedness, prevention, response, and relief are matters of public safety. They should never be used as leverage to coerce participation in a plan designed to suppress voters and skew representation. Don't use the families who are mourning the deaths of their loved ones to push through gerrymandered maps that silence millions of Texans, especially in communities of color. Let's be clear, non-white Texans have driven nearly all the state's population growth over the last decade, and yet this plan minimizes their political influence through packing and cracking tactics, undermining their right to fair and equal representation. Redistricting should serve the people, not entrench power. When our democracy is manipulated behind closed doors and veiled in legislative bait and switch, trust is broken. It's also telling that not one of the multitude of speakers before me have been in favor of this redistricting scheme. Let that sink in. This plan isn't just unfair, it's unjust, and I urge this committee to reject it in favor of transparent and constitutionally sound district maps drawn after the next census, maps that reflect the true diversity and will of the people of Texas. And if you are not willing to do that, and if you are not willing to wait, then do what's right and do what's fair. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you for being here tonight. Chair calls Munib Aslam.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Munib Aslam, and I'm representing myself. I'm a proud Texan who grew up in McKinney, Texas, and I'm here to strongly oppose this mid-decade redistricting. Let's be clear, this is a power grab to dilute the power of minority communities. Communities of color have driven Texas's growth and success, yet our political power is always under attack. Districts like Texas 9 and Texas 33 weren't drawn by accident. They reflect a diversity of our state. And now they're being targeted not to uphold the Constitution, but to protect a partisan majority all the way in DC. The hypocrisy is what upsets me. The party of small government is now taking its cues directly from the executive branch. Just recently, President Trump said, Texas will be the biggest one. Just a simple redrawing, we pick up 5 seats. And that's a direct quote. And that is not democracy. That is plain corruption. The state has claimed that these maps were drawn racially blind, colorblind, and now insists that race is the very reason to redraw them. You cannot have it both ways. As someone who has worked to engage young Texans in bipartisan civic life, it is really disheartening to see our leaders prioritizing political gain over public needs. We do not need gerrymandered districts. We need investment in our communities. Texas ranks 43rd in childhood well-being. We're the state with the second highest GDP, and nearly 1 in 5 of our children live in poverty. Over 1.6 million Texas kids are food insecure. And this is a special session priority. For what reason? I hope that you listen to our voices, that you take our communities into consideration, and I hope each of you finds the courage to stand up for what is right and what you know is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Hearing none, Chair calls Arthur Fleming. Oh, I'm sorry. This will be a new panel. My apologies. I'm going to call up this panel: Arthur Fleming, Ada Pita, Konstantinos Vogiatsis, Kelly McGarry, Arnetta Murray. Try that again. Arthur Fleming, Ada Pita, Konstantinos Vogiatsis, Kelly McGarry, and Arnetta Murray. Konstantinos Vogiatsis, Kelly. Who's that? Ms. Pita, if you would, if you could silence your streaming, and then if you wish to unmute and go ahead and testify. Please tell us your name and if you represent any organization. Okay, while we're waiting on Ms. Pita, let's go to Arnetta Murray.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Would you? And you are. I think we've got 2 people at once here.
Okay, good afternoon.
Who do you think that is? Ms. Pita, if I could ask you to stand by for just a minute, And we're going to go ahead and go with Arnetta.
I'm here, sorry. Can you hear me?
I can be quiet. That's okay.
Okay. All right. If everyone would turn on their mute except for Miss Murray. And Miss Murray, if you would go ahead. Miss Murray, I think you're muted. If you would unmute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Good. First of all, my name is Councilwoman Arnetta Murray for our colony. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you to Senator Miles. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Alvarado, for staying for 24 hours. And then I want to thank Brian Hughes for that prayer that he gave me when Congressman Sylvester Turner died. Thank you. Everybody said everything. I'm not going to repeat it because time is of the essence, and I know that. As an educator, as a councilwoman, I'm here on behalf of myself, and then I have elderly parents that live in South Park, along with their friends. And I just want to say, do what's right. I'm not going to say things over and over again. You know this is right, wrong. You know that what Trump is asking our governor to do is not right. At the end of the day, this is particularly for Governor Abbott. If he wants to be the governor of Trump, he needs to resign and not be the governor of Texas because he's not representing us. And now, because of what he's doing, I now do believe that he does not like black and brown people, and it really hurts, and it's unbelievable. I yield my time, and thank you for this moment.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Let's go to Miss Peta. Ada Peta. Just give her a second. Miss Peta, or if you're still with us, please unmute. All right, we'll come back to you. Well, there are you. We can see you on the video. Miss Peta, would you begin to speak? I think let's see if your audio's working. Okay, Miss Peta, if you would, turn off your live stream and just listen to the Zoom audio. Let's give her just a second. She's trying to do it. All right, Miss Peta, if you'll just stand by, we'll come right back to you. Let's go to Konstantinos Vogiatsis.
Close enough. Pretty good, actually.
Well, thank you. I worked at it.
Good evening. My name is Konstantinos Vogiatsis. I'm a CPA, a first-generation homeowner, and a proud resident of Brazoria County, falling within Texas's 22nd Congressional District. I'm not here on behalf of any organization. Thank you for letting me speak. So as others have said in their testimonies, Texans see this mid-decade redistricting exactly for what it is, a partisan power grab happening in broad daylight. Your party knows its policies are deeply unpopular. You're not delivering for Texans, so instead, you're rigging the game. I want to focus my testimony on how what you're doing shows Texans just how out of touch the priorities of the legislature are with the crises the working class Texans are facing. I'm sick and tired of having to beg our elected officials to give a damn and see that we are living through one of the worst affordability crises in generations. Housing costs and insurance costs are crushing us, and insurers are leaving the state entirely, leaving us with even less competition. I am a first-time homeowner struggling to stay afloat. Just look at what's happening around us also. We're in the middle of hurricane season and climate disasters keep coming. Just the last 5 years, Texas was hit by 68 separate multi-billion-dollar natural disasters. Hurricanes, floods, winter storms, you name it. Our communities in Brazoria County worry each time we watch the news in case the next major storm is announced. This legislature should be focusing on strengthening our grid, shoring up our flood infrastructure, and preparing for the next hurricane, especially when the leader of your party is talking about phasing out FEMA after this year's hurricane season. But I don't see special sessions being called to bolster disaster preparedness or to help build after floods. I don't see the legislature tackling the skyrocketing home insurance premiums that force Texans into state-run insurance pools as a last resort. Instead, I see that this body is moving heaven and earth to scheme up new election maps to entrench one party's power. It's the wrong focus at the wrong time. Regular Texans are wondering, why
Sir,
aren't
I'm
our
going to
leaders
need to
fighting
stop you
as
there.
hard for us as they're fighting to serve their friends' jobs in Washington?
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you for being with us here tonight. Chair calls Arthur Fleming. Mr. Fleming, if you'll unmute and try to speak, I think we'll be able to hear you. All right, while we wait on Mr. Fleming, let's go back to Ms. Peta. Try again.
Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Aida Pita. I live in Katy, Texas. And I don't know how are we doing this with redistricting. It's not even 4 years since 2021 on SB4 that we redistrict. And in October 15, 2021, the bill was passed, signed by the governor. In October 2020, in October 25, 2021. So here we go again. There's no maps. There's no census. Supposedly the redistricting is for the after the census, when people grow, when the states has more people, and now here we go again. Can somebody tell me what's happening? We don't have maps. We don't have a census. And I don't know what's going to happen. We have had floods. We're in crisis. That's all I can say. So please vote no, because this is just outrageous. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for being here tonight. Let's try Kelly McGarry. Oh, Mr. Fleming, is that you on the telephone?
Yeah, hi, yeah. Can you hear me now?
We sure can. Welcome, and please begin your testimony.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon. Arthur Fleming, NAACP Dallas. Jesus is back, and he is black. I serve a compassionate black Jesus, not the white, heartless Jesus guiding you all at this moment. What would Jesus do with SNAP, health care? Would he sacrifice it for a tax cut for the rich? Question: why are you doing this illegal and unethical act? By doing this, you're in bed with the president and the pedophiles. The gerrymandering is about supporting a president who don't want to be impeached. By doing this act, state of Texas, Republicans in particular, are getting in bed with pedophiles. Instead of stealing my vote in District 30, why don't you address the pedophile white supremacists in the state of Texas? Going forward, you'll be known as the Grand Old Pedophile Party. Thank you.
Just to clarify, or you said the NAACP, are you representing them formally tonight, or are you just stating that you're a member?
No. Don't represent myself. I'm past president emeritus.
Past president emeritus?
Myself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Members, any questions?
And myself.
Members, any questions for the witness? Hearing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Kelly McGarry.
I'm here on the audio.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Because we're in Texas, I'll use the analogy of football. Kind of seems like we're moving the goalposts here at halftime. And just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. If the refs made bad calls, they'd lose their jobs. Meanwhile, it's the fans and the players who can't win. On behalf of the countless families and fellow Texans who are caught in the crossfire of so much uncertainty and unrest that needlessly impacts their safety, security, and well-being now and forever, I am here to say I am so fortunate to be joining you from the comfort and convenience of my residence in Dallas, Texas. I would like to use my remaining time to sit in silence and reflect on the many individuals of this state, this country, and abroad who are unable to represent themselves, but who will be so directly and indirectly impacted, more so than I, as a result of these egregious, last-minute, calculated legislative decisions that have killed the dreams and hopes of so many. I will await your response as to when my time is up so that we can reflect on the many people that your decisions will impact.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions? Hearing none, thank you for being here tonight. Call the next panel. Chair calls Selena Bray, Shannon Williams, Luz Sanchez, Kira Dang, Michaela Ponce. Selena Bray, would you like to go ahead and testify?
Yes. Can y'all hear and see me?
We can hear you. Let's try that again.
Okay. Let me see if
Yeah,
I
there we
start
go.
my-
Well, you're there. There's your name.
Oh, am I back?
We can hear you. Go ahead and just state your name, please. And if you're representing an organization, please tell us that organization. And then please try to keep your testimony to 2 minutes.
Sure. My name is Selena Bray. I live in Houston and represent the Action Fund.
Ma'am, I think if you'll turn off...
Thank you for your time.
You're cutting out a lot. And so let me suggest if you'll turn off your video and just go with your audio, that should open up a lot of bandwidth for you.
I think so. I think I might have fixed the issue, but I will turn my video off. Okay. Unless I reappeared, I'll just leave it on. Okay. Senators, thank you all for your time. I'm representing the Pure Justice Action Fund, a member-based 501c4 organization based in Harris County working for criminal, racial, and economic justice transformation to ultimately end mass incarceration. Prioritize our justice involved community members and society's margins, and many of our members reside in congressional districts 9, 18, and 29. I come as our policy organizer to reflect the concerns of multi-generational, multicultural, and multiracial members. People, especially constituents of the 18th Congressional District from Acres Homes to Sunnyside, are extremely concerned about this redistricting process, how it is targeting historically Black and increasingly Latino areas, how opaque it seems to be, how unnecessary it feels, how this could possibly be a priority while Texans face actual urgent challenges. Community members are anxious about dealing with new, unfair, and complicated maps and potentially having representation erased completely. This blatant top-down power consolidation attempt is unconscionable in an area of Texas that greatly relies on federal funding to keep Texans alive when other government actors will not step up. Several of our members and I were at the Texas House Redistricting Committee hearing at the University of Houston on Saturday, and I'll speak to so many people not to testify. From capacity issues inside and outside of the hearing room to running out of testimony forms to the complete lack of overflow space, there was a lot going on. Yes, this process is happening very fast, but such chaotic organization for a testimony opportunity as critical as this was a severe misstep. Not to mention, as others have stated, that individuals from the 18th Congressional District have been nearing almost a year without representation, as several hazardous bills and other policies have been passed without their congressional input. Finally, as a young Black woman from Alabama, young enough to both learn about the voting rights struggles of the 60s in history class and experience the democratic implications of the Shelby v. Holder decision in real time as I myself have grown up as a voter, I must remind you that even if you do not care or listen to our demands, we will always remember these racist attempts to silence our voices and break our souls. We will not stand for them, we will never forget them, and they will never work. You should not redraw our districts, and no matter what, you will not rewrite this narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry you had didn't have a good experience at the Houston hearing, but we're glad you're here with us tonight. Members, any questions for the witness? Senator Miles.
Yeah, Sabrina, I want to thank you for your testimony today and your leadership in Houston, Harris County that you've exhibited over the years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Shannon Williams. Ms. Williams, if you would please.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we've got you there. Thank you.
Yay, thank you.
Hi,
this is an interesting thing. I know why I would not be a representative, so power to those of you who like doing this. Thank you for this hearing today. I have issues with the districts redrawing.
Before you go any further, would you?
Shannon Williams. I'm Shannon Williams, and I am for myself.
All right. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right. I have issues with the districts because they are political power play, and I address this mainly to the Republicans, King and Crichton, and I'm not sure who all is there. But then I also have a message for Miles on that. Both China and Russia have the structures for representative government, but they use ploys to limit what voices can be represented. In this way, much less than half of their population have a voice. Don't let that happen here. Please, Republicans, don't try to take over. If we are to redistrict, it should be to ensure that every district has lively political discussion during these times. We should debate the merits of surrounding our children with arts and education and entitlements versus ensuring that adults work hard and are fiscally responsible and protected from unwanted elements. These need to be balanced discussions. The Chinese and Russian models do not provide balance, and we should not emulate them. So I urge you to consider that the communistic and oligarchic regimes of China and Russia are founded on representative government structures and procedures just like ours, and they do exactly the same thing that you're doing. The only difference is in the representatives within their representative government. So their people are not as free or as represented as we are, and that's based on the decisions made by their representatives. These countries can never foster democracy as their political foundation. They cannot foster free market capitalism as their economic foundation. Both democracy and capitalism require self-organizing, confident, entitled populations.
Ma'am, if I may, need to stop you at that time, but thank you so much for your testimony. Members, are there any questions? Hearing none, thank you for being here tonight. Chair calls Luz Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez?
Hi, can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Luz Sanchez. I'm representing myself, my family, and my friends. My educational background is in agriculture, biology, and psychology. I work in healthcare, specifically in quality and patient safety. So let me say that if healthcare was characterized by the lack of innovation, the scarcity of diversity, and an absence of open-mindedness, the way that the MAGA administration is highly lacking in, then our medical providers would be stuck still prescribing mercury and arsenic as medication. We have gone through great lengths of innovation because of our diversity, because of the innovation. And so I really plead right now for you to reject this redistricting because, yes, I agree with Senator Miles. We absolutely need to offer field hearings across Texas. with the proposed maps now, even if this has not been done in the past, because let's be honest, this redistricting is being forced mid-decade only because Trump has asked Republicans to jump. And Republicans have largely responded with, "How high, Your Majesty?" And honestly, it's outrageous. Now, are you familiar with the traditional story, A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens? In this story, Ebenezer Scrooge, he's a penny pincher, miserable, cold-hearted old man. He goes through an out-of-body experience where he sees scenes from his earlier life, reminding him of his greed, his hatred for generosity, and he sees the future. He actually sees himself, how his hatred, his inaction has even allowed the expedited death of those around him. I want to invite every single one of you people listening in this room and outside of this room that is in favor of going through and pushing this unpopular gerrymandering to take a hard look at yourself and self-reflect, honestly and truly, sincerely self-reflect. In the same way that you forced through the unpopular bills such as defunding our schools, refusing to add right to abortion for rape, incest, or fetal abnormalities, or even in the passing of the immigration enforcement bill that mandates cooperation of sheriffs. If you voted for this, I invite you to look hard. Why are you driven by money? Why are you driven by power and greed? Why are you aligning yourself with Trump? Out of all of the people to align yourself with, why are you choosing this path of destruction? Look at the trajectory of the future and truly, sincerely ask yourself.
Ms. Sanchez, I'm going to have to stop you at that point, but we thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Seeing none, Chair calls Kira Dang.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Please tell us your name and if you're representing any organization and begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Kira Dang, and I'm representing myself as a constituent from Congressional District 7. I am a 16-year-old Vietnamese American high school student from Fort Bend County, and I worry that one day I or constituents of other diverse counties like mine could be represented by someone who doesn't reflect or care about the places they call home. This is my first time testifying, and I may not be able to vote yet, but I'm here because I care deeply about my community and the future you're shaping for me and my generation. We've established that Fort Bend is one of the most diverse counties in the country. My school is full of students from all kinds of racial and cultural backgrounds: Black, Latino, Asian, white. We share classrooms, neighborhoods, and values. Any redistricting process should protect this kind of unity, not risk weakening it in future maps. Even if my area isn't directly being targeted, I'm worried that the new maps will split diverse communities apart just to protect political power. I know sometimes people avoid the word gerrymandering, but what else do you call it when communities like mine are split or ignored for political gain? Because that's what it feels like, and it's why I'm here today. I appreciate that the committee addressed the timing of the proposed maps, but I still want to emphasize how hard it is for young people and community members to give meaningful feedback without seeing what's being proposed. I'm asking you to protect Fort Bend's diverse neighborhoods and reject any maps that silence voters of color. Please don't divide us across districts that don't represent who we are. Keep our communities whole. And thank you for listening to a young person like me, because we're watching, we care, and even if we're not old enough to vote, we'll remember who stood for us.
Thank you for your testimony. May I ask, how did you learn about the hearing tonight?
I learned about this hearing through this organization called Students Engaged in Advancing Texas. Hayden Cohen, who testified earlier, is the state policy coordinator, and she sent a message to the entire organization.
Okay, great. Well, you did a good job testifying. I was just curious. Members, any questions? Senator Miles.
Yeah, ma'am, young lady, you've done a great job of testifying, and I want to let you know, if you stay like you are, you're going to have a bright future ahead of you. Thank you for testifying this evening.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Chair calls Michaela Ponce.
Hi, all. Can y'all hear me?
We sure can.
Great. Thank you so much. Hello, special committee members. My name is Michaela Ponce, a constituent of Senate District 14 in Austin, Texas, representing only myself. Thank you for holding these special sessions to hear the public's testimonies on this important issue, and it's truly appreciated. I'm here today to appeal to the committee members and lawmakers' sense of fairness, equality, and care for their fellow Texans. Like many of us here, I suspect, I believe in a benevolent and fair God who sees our continued efforts to be better and kinder than we were yesterday, and to be fair and just to our fellow community members. With these redistricting efforts called for in this special session, I see a wonderful opportunity for this kind of consideration. Unfortunately, previous redistricting efforts, as you'll know, such as those from 2011 and even as recently as 2021, have created greater unfairness and silencing of many historically disenfranchised communities in Texas, especially Black, Hispanic, and Asian communities, among many others. My hope is that this session's efforts are not in furthering that discrimination and coldness towards our fellow Texans, but instead for righting some of our past wrongs and creating a more fair and open process for public input with the goal of creating a more just map that supports every Texan's voice. And I say all of this too in light of the recent tragic floods that struck Kerr County and surrounding counties' residents. I appreciate that many of this session's efforts have pivoted towards funding for infrastructure and management to mitigate another tragedy of this scale. With that being said, I truly hope that our lawmakers wouldn't take precious time and energy away from such issues to further their own prominence and sow greater division within the state. It may be naive, but I'd like to believe that at the end of the line, every one of us wants to be able to look back on our decisions and sincerely feel that we acted with love and consideration of our neighbors. Thank you all so much for your time today. It's really appreciated.
Thank you for your testimony and for your graciousness in the way you said it. Members, any questions for the witness? Hearing none, let me call up our last panel. Chair calls Bridget. And by the way, we have 109 registrants to testify tomorrow with about 2 hours left until the deadline to register. Last panel is Bridget Thomas, Ruel Tao, Chris Pino, and Abigail Kerr. Somebody's showing it coming up. Try that again. Bridget Thomas, Rui Tao, Chris Pino, and Abigail Kerr. And I believe Chris Pino is up. If you'd like to go ahead and unmute and testify.
Sure thing. Thank you so much to the members of the special committee for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Pino. I am a proud resident of Fort Bend County living in CD 22. I'm 25 years old, and despite my age, I have been very intimately involved throughout the community over the last 10 years. My experiences range from working in county government to running political campaigns to working in the nonprofit sector. And I like to think that I have my ear pretty close to the ground because of that. Because that my work is so grounded in service. And something that I have heard, I currently work for Baker Ripley, the largest community development nonprofit here in the state of Texas, running a program that helps everyday people get involved in the political process, completely nonpartisan. The last year alone, we've registered thousands of students to vote and helped tens of thousands, if not more, people show up and get to the polls. So I like to think that I have my ear pretty close to the ground in a nonpartisan fashion. And something that I have heard across all ideologies is number one is a dedicated interest in what is happening right now in regards to redistricting. And number two, a pretty clear opposition to this mid-decade redistricting attempt. I am a little bit baffled that I find myself speaking in support of a status quo because the current maps water down representation in a lot of ways that I think are detrimental to our democratic republic. But I have a hard time being more specific in my opposition because we haven't seen a map, right? And I think that that's one of the biggest parts of the problem here. We don't know what we're getting into. All we know is that y'all want to do this, and that maybe there are some folks out of the state who are interested in doing that. But
Sir,
I think that
I need to stop you at this time, but just to confirm, you are not testifying on behalf of any organization tonight. Is that
No.
correct?
I am here in my personal capacity.
All right. Thank you. And members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you for being with us tonight. Chair calls Bridget Thomas. Ms. Thomas,
Yes.
Great. If you'll please tell us your name, and if you're representing any organization, we'd like to have that for the record, and then proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Bridget Thomas, and I am a proud Houstonian, and I am representing myself. I am unequivocal in opposition to this special session that has been called by Governor Greg Abbott, an action that disproportionately impacts Black and Brown communities across our state. Let's call this what it is. It's a theft of power, a theft of representation, a theft of the right to be seen, heard, and valued as equal citizens in this democracy. What's happening today is not new. It's just dressed up differently. Throughout this nation's history, those in power have found creative ways to steal and suppress, then wrap that theft in the language of law, order, and patriotism. We stole this land from indigenous people and called it discovery. We stole African American men and women, broke apart families, raped their women, and enslaved them for generations. And now in 2025, Texas school books have the audacity to claim they were simply seeking job opportunities. When Black Americans demanded civil rights, they were met with fire hoses, dogs, and bullets. And when the physical chains were finally broken, a new system of Jim Crow and mass incarceration was built to continue the oppression. Different packaging, same goal. And now, here we are again today, watching those in power try to redraw maps in a different way to disenfranchise voters of color,
Ma'am,
ensuring that voices remain unheard. I am opposed to it. Please make that known.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Senator Miles.
The usual statement. Thank you, Bridget, for testifying today and making it plain. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Rui Tao.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I sure can. Please tell us your name, and if you're representing an organization, we'd like that for the record, and then please try to hold your testimony to 2 minutes.
Of course. My name is Ray Trow, and I'm here representing myself. I feel it is my responsibility as a citizen of this great democracy to speak up against injustice and to speak up for the people. This mid-decade redistricting, I don't even know where to start. Like, first of all, where are the maps for me to comment on? I mean, I would love to give you the specifics and work with you and to make sure the maps are free and fair, but there's not even a map for me to look at. And what's the rush? Why are you rushing it? Why don't you wait until you have all the maps and proper documents and go through the proper process and procedures, and that's follow the rule of law instead of rushing it in an attempt to power grab? And it's just not right. I mean, you know, that's how you start the divisiveness, when people feel the system has been unjust, the system has been unfair, and then people won't take it that much longer. It's just wrong. And I wish that we can, I mean, it's a democracy. We all have different opinions. Absolutely. That's the beauty of being in a democracy. But to act like you own it, that kind of audacity, I hope when, you know, whoever is enabling this kind of power grab, can start thinking how they're going to answer to their creators when it's their time to meet him or her. Please, my position is against this mid-decade because it's wrong, it's unconstitutional, it's unjust, and it's just not the American way. Thank you very much, and you have a good day.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Hearing none, the chair calls Abigail Kerr.
Good evening. Can you hear me, please?
We certainly can. If you'd please state your name and let us know if you're representing any organization, and then proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Abigail Kerr, K-E-H-R. I am representing myself and my family. I am a resident of Texas House District 148, Texas Senate 115, and U.S. House District 118, which means that I am one of the thousands of people that have been left without representation due to the governor's failure to call an election for our district, despite there being plenty of time. I am not at all interested in my right to have representation being further infringed upon by a ridiculous grab at extra power by redistricting. Redistricting, by the way, to the purpose of targeting minority groups is, for breakup, is, by the way, that's extremely racist. And this is actually illegal according to the Texas Constitution, which I hope you have read because of the position that you are in. This is not something that should be happening right now anyways. I was a census taker for the last census, and I can tell you that there have been changes in these areas since the last census has been done. It is ridiculous and immoral to try to do this with outdated maps. If you are trying to do this now, it is very, very clear that it is for a racist power grab, and this needs to not be done. And this also should not be done without actually having a map to do anything with. When I tried to testify the other day at the House hearing, I was not able to because it was so extremely disorganized and began late. I had to leave to go be with my child. And also at that one, it was made clear that we could only register a position of neutral, which, to my understanding, was due to the fact that there were not maps. Please focus on taking care of Texans, not on new ways to disenfranchise them.
Thank you for your testimony. And may I ask, which hearing were you unable to testify at?
The Houston one on Saturday.
Okay, thank you.
That was the House hearing.
Right. Well, thank you. We're glad you're able to be with us today. Members, are there any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. Members, we have no other witnesses who have registered that are in the waiting room. And so with that, public testimony is now closed. Is there any other business to come before the committee tonight? Senator Miles.
Mr. Chairman, how many testimonies do we have today?
Do you know the count? Looks like 54.
54. And if my recollection is correct and my math is correct, there was one in support of this and 53 against it. Is that correct?
I didn't keep a count, but I take your word.
That's what I counted. And one other thing, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure by now you've heard that in North Texas there were 400 capacity in the building and another 400 outside of the building to testify.
I had not heard the numbers.
Yes, sir. There were 400 inside capacity, and there was another 400 outside waiting to testify today. Just wanted to let you know, sir.
I am advised. Senator Alvarado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we end today, I wanted to read some quotes that I think are important for the public to hear from my former colleague in the House and desk mate, former Republican Representative Bert Solomons, who chaired the Redistricting Committee in 2011 2011, I was on that committee, and we were desk mates, so it made for some very lively conversation between the two of us. The essay was published in the New York Times last week and is entitled, "When I Led Texas's Redistricting, There Were Lines We Wouldn't Cross. Trump Just Sailed Past Them." I think some of you have a copy of that in its entirety. Representative Solomons warns of the erosion of public trust that will be delegitimizing our institutions and undermine the public's confidence in government. And here's one of the quotes. "What Mr. Trump wants my former colleagues to do," that would be us, "redistricting now, years ahead of the usual one per decade time frame, would erode the public's already flagging trust in government. The legislature should stand up against it. The president should stay out of it." He warns us of authoritarian overreach by the federal government. He says, "As a former Texas lawmaker and a current constituent, I urge them to reject this clear partisan manipulation, one that smacks of authoritarian overreach." He emphasizes the danger. This is from a conservative and constitutionalist perspective. If this happens, it would be a blatant power grab threatening our system of representative government. It would inject more partisanship into our already polarized politics, disregard the will of many Texas voters, and override the autonomy of a sovereign state, contrary to the wisdom of the Constitution's framers. And redrawing districts mid-decade is rare, and for good reason. It shouldn't ever happen at a president's whim. He warns of the impact that this will have on minorities across our state. And I quote Mr. Solomons. He's pushing Texas Republicans to use a special legislative session to redraw districts in a way that could effectively disenfranchise thousands of people who don't always vote for Republicans, particularly those in historically majority-minority communities. An apparent bid to rig the 2026 midterm elections long before the votes are cast. Lastly, he ends with an important quote that I would like us to all contemplate as we conclude our hearing. Texas's elected officials can place party loyalty above Texas voters or do the right thing. It is their choice. They don't have to be complicit. We should not be complicit. Members, we all have our differences and have passionate debates over policy, whether it's in committee or on the floor, but this is not that. As my former desk mate said, even when we were playing hardball, there were rules and laws that were respected, norms that were upheld, and lines that weren't crossed. Thank you, and special thank you to my former desk mate, Representative Bert Solomons. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. I'd already read that article. If I recall, in 2003, when we did a non-census year congressional redistricting in special session, I'll need to go back and check, but I believe then Representative that wrote the article, I believe that he voted for that, even though it was done in a non-census year. I'll have to go back and check on that. That's why I was so surprised to see the article when I read it. Members, is there any other business before the committee? There being no further business, the Senate Special Committee on Congressional Redistricting will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. Thank you, everyone.